Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the EUSL Open Qualifiers. Second week coming in. My name is Xylo, same as last week, and today being joined by me again is...
I am Steve.
Oh my god, bro. Like, I told you not to be a clown, and here you are being a clown.
Nah, I'm Loco. What's up, everyone? You know,
Anyways, Xylophone and Loco joining you guys back again today on the second week. Oh my
Yep.
god, why do you do that, man?
I need to awaken my energy, man. I'm like, falling asleep.
Oh.
I need to wake up.
Alright,
Need to use some
anyways.
flint and steel.
Oh my god, man.
Let's talk about the maps. Let's talk about the maps.
Let's talk about the maps, let's talk about the games, dude. No surprisingly, again, we are here back with Taiko Temple, and today our teams that are playing for us right off the bat would be Nuru, Jammy, and Tanman against Silenzio, which consists of Snowkada, Bengi, and Mas-Himiko.
Yep. And we see the map bans. So NJT banning Arton City and Oni Village, and Goo. Not really fans of the big maps, which I can clearly see. And then SLNZ is banning Clarion, Atlas Lab, and Night Market, leaving us with Taiko, which is, the Bingo Bongo map.
Definitely. And I feel like a big reason why we might be seeing, like, going into Taiko here is, so I don't know if you're very familiar, Loco, but one of the players here on NJT, Tanman, right, okay, plays a little bit of an interesting pick, I'll say at least, he plays a little bit of an interesting pick, which is Dubu forward. Like, we can see a lot of that Dubu forward being utilized really strongly here on Taiko Temple, with those logs, with that Tofu Fortress here, just being able to take so much space and so much position here for their team, right? Like, with these kind of abilities.
Yeah. You get one good Dubu ult, what do you do?
Yeah, exactly. What do you do as a goalie in that point, right? Like, it's just like impossible to clear. But like, yeah, we'll have to see if Silenzio like bans it out, or we'll get to see D10 man himself get to play his Dubu forward. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna like repeat on again and say this word like a million times. But yeah, we'll have to see. And actually, not only that, but I would like to bring more clarification to the fact that this is actually a rematch of last week, Loco. Silenzio and NJT have fought against each other last week, and this is gonna be a game that they're coming on again, and it's gonna be Silenzio here, which I believe was the team that lost out on the fight last week, to look for their revenge against NJT.
Okay, fair enough. And they instantly did the Dubu ban. Maybe that was the reason they lost.
Well,
See that? They don't.
there goes the Dubu ban. Like, immediately, 10-man banned out right off the bat. And then the rune being removed as well from NJT. We got the Asher here for a really strong pick as like either a goalie here or a shovel. Like, really strong on a map like Taiko Temple.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And then you have Atlas as well, really good for the defense, unless that's Atlas Shava for some unspoken reason.
I would doubt so, but it'd be interesting to see none the least, man. Actually, an interesting pick here, I'm looking at like Octavia, man. Damn, yeah, the Octavia pick is pretty interesting to me. Being paired up here together with the Zentaro, it seems like we're going to be getting a Zentaro here on the front line from the side of NJT. Most likely 10-man on that Zentaro, being supported by his teammates of Nuru and Jammy.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Octavia on Taiko last week. I'm pretty sure that was Llama Craft. Did pretty good on it.
It was indeed. But like, you have to realize as well, like, that game specifically, if I remember correctly, was a little bit of a stomp. Like, it was just like a clear differential in the midfield, right? That really like won that game. And like, while yes, a lot of pressure did come from that Octavia just being able to be anywhere on that field, it was also really hard to see the impact specifically, right? Okay, from that Octavia, considering like the way that these teams are playing at the highest level currently of EU, to constantly, not feed that call to Octavia, something that the Octavia player would definitely want to, build up that flow state, build up the ability to just control the whole map at all times.
Yeah. I totally agree. But, they're doing their combination again, because I'm pretty sure Llama Craft's teammate Scream also played Zentaro forward in that game.
He did,
If
and
I'm
not
not
only
mistaken.
yeah, and in fact, actually, just look at Awakenings real quick here, Loco. Like, oh my word, man.
Yeah.
This
Not
is gonna
good.
be a tough one. It's gonna be a tough one for Silenzio. I'm not even gonna lie. Perfect form right off the bat already with that Zentaro. It's gonna be so hard to play against. And that twin drive for both the Octavia and the Atlas with the support at the back. Like, what do you do at that point, right? Like, yes, have such a strong defensive lineup here. You have the Octavia being able to proc multiple times of that flow state, and you have a Zentaro with perfect form. Like, it's something that literally doesn't even need to be introduced with how strong it is, with how powerful the ability spam out of that character is gonna come out, you know?
Yeah, I mean, as a goalie, I like, tracking CDs. If you see this start as a goalie, I'm like, you can't even track the CDs anymore. It's just like, just expect
Exactly.
something to come out every single time. It's
Exactly. It's gonna be so hard for the side of Silenzio here to be able to pick out that Zentaro here. I believe they are going either with a Kai goalie or an Asher goalie here. Asher goalie will probably be on the stronger side here, going against that Zentaro with the perfect form, but we'll have to see what the teams bring up here for us as we load into Taiko Temple.
Oh, here we go, here we go. I'm actually surprised that Zentaro was the 6th pick, like the last pick with the perfect form start.
Definitely. And not only that, but it's the fact that Zentaro wasn't banned in a pick like this. Like, yeah, I mean, again, it doesn't need any introduction. Perfect form Zentaro is just one of those things in the game that's going to be so hard to fight against. And, like, the fact that it just didn't get banned out on such a claustrophobic map like Taiko is just tough, you know? It's just going to be tough for Silenzio to, like, go up against it.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh god.
We have Jesus.
It's actually Nuru on the goalie with that Zentaro pick.
I'm interested to see how this goes.
Definitely, as one goal barrier somehow already falls for this Zentaro goalie. The Bangi here on the other side not being able to protect out that barrier just yet, though. It's Jesus here, loses out one barrier, tries to go forward here with that Astro projection, but not being able to get it through just yet, though.
Yeah, and Jesus is the only one opting for the pummelers as well on the Atlas pick. Hey,
yeah, it's I would say it's a bit of a disrespectful pick, as we can see Jesus pick up the second barrier here, wins out the 1v1 against Maskimiko to pick up that barrier, but does not win out the second one to try and pick up the goal against Bangi. He's here in a 1v1, comes out the Astro Projection again, Jammy sends it forward to wait, that's 10 man, isn't it? That is 10 man. I just realized it. Anyways, Jammy here just exerting all that pressure on that Octavia pick that we've been talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And now they got energy or core flip and almost core flip on Jesus and Nuru as well.
And Gerstar already looking so low on the back end here, constantly being spammed out somehow by 10 man.
Yeah,
like,
and
the Atlas is just doing so much damage for some reason. Here comes the Astro Projection, and what a bounce to send it to himself. Sends it right past Bangi. Bangi cannot defend that one.
I mean, Jesus Christ has scored the first goal.
He is indeed. Yep. Risen from the tomb 3 days. Yeah, we probably shouldn't be talking about this too much. But anyways, a Giga Blast here from Bangi to try and support his side on the attack here. Jammy being healed up here by 10 man on the bottom. Jammy being sent the call but cannot win it through Gerstal just yet. It's Jesus Christ though to pick up one barrier. Pick up two with that core flip. Jammy here on the top side core flip. Tries to send it down but it's 3 core flip he has to go through though. Really tough to break this defense here on the side of blue team.
And Jesus Christ is looking very low, staggered, and not sure what they're going to do in this state.
Low, but he's still trying to pick up that goal though. It's constantly being put in a really tough position here on the front side. Like being spammed out, being touched, being taken away by that death touch and a core flip to lose his life. But it's Jammy to pick up the goal, helping his teammate that has just fallen off of the map.
Yeah, really nice snipe coming out from Jammy, just slotting it in the top. Benji not prepared for that one, and really well played from the side of red team, but I'm just surprised this Zentaro pick, it's working.
I mean,
What?
yeah, definitely. Again, it does seem slightly disrespectful from the side here of NJT, but you know, game's game, right? Like, if you can play to that level where you are strong enough that you can play a pick like this and still manage to make it work, definitely let it through. If not, you get punished just like that, though. Gerstau picks up one barrier, two, and the goal as well. In a 1v2 situation, Nuru and Jammy cannot do much about that one.
I mean, Castle's Curse just is.
Exactly,
right there,
we did talk about it. I mean, you know, like again, it's a disrespectful pick, you know, but this team here of Silencio do not want to be disrespected like that, you know. They're not gonna let this fly. They're gonna try and pick up this game. They're gonna ensure that they don't get bullied. Again, Caster's Curse as both their barriers fall. Jammy sends it forward here to Jesus. Here comes the core flip, picking up the last goal and the first set for them. And JT, first round in.
Yeah, and you see what Tanman's doing? Playing Jesus and praying. Like, got the setup. I see that.
There's really strong abilities coming out here. We got extra special stinger and 1-2 punch. We'll have to see what 10-man decides to pick up here, but oh, it's actually Timeless Creator. Kind of interesting because he did choose to go for the pump, so I was expecting a more KO orientated build here from 10-man, but definitely that Timeless Creator gonna be a pain in the ass for Bengi to clear out of.
Yeah, and Zentaro got spoiled for choice there. I mean, Super Surge or Stinger, you know.
Yep, Super Surge.
Perfect form now. Oh!
I mean, there was even 1-2 punch as well. Just like so many things to like enable that Zentaro of Nuru, right? But like, yeah, again, you know, like these are picks that you would see happen a lot anyways, right? But like Nuru here, you have to remember he's a goalie. Like, yeah, these picks are strong, but like, are they gonna be as strong as something like on a goalie, right? Like, definitely that Stinger is gonna be not as impactful on his current role.
Yeah, I definitely agree, because they can't pump out as much damage. Need to focus on defense more.
Exactly. Anyways, both Maskimiko and Gerstau pick up a barrier of their own, and it's Maskimiko at the bottom here with that whip left to try and pick up the goal barrier. To try and pick up the goal as well, but not just yet though. Oh, pendulum swing down to the forward, down to the top side, but Jammy does not hit his core flip as Gerstau wins out a 1v2.
Yeah, Silenzio is doing good. You know, they just lost the first set and they instantly answered back with a goal of their own, keeping both barriers up as well.
Exactly, and this is just what you want to see from Silenzio, right? Not giving the enemy team room to breathe here, because we have to talk about, like, yes, again, what's it called? That Zentaro pick is not something that we see all too much, but we have to talk about how they can potentially look to counter that Zentaro pick, right? Which is to constantly keep up the attack, which I believe is what Jammy is here for with that Octavia, to try and keep the pressure away from him so they can make use of that Zentaro goalie. Gerstau looking for a kill here on the top side onto 10-man, but does not get it. Nuru, though, loses out on one barrier here on the defense. Here comes a core flip from Himiko, but does not get anything just yet though. Bengi sends it to the top, tries to push it through and gets it through Jammy. It's Himiko yet again on the front end, but a core flip and a death touch to outplay him. Nuru loses out on the second barrier already.
Yeah, we still got flips on either side, waiting for a play to happen, and you know, I mean, I said it again, like, Silenzio is doing really well right now.
They are indeed being able to keep up with this Zentaro goalie. That's constantly being able to keep on the attack here again is going to be the counter to that Zentaro goalie. Bengi here clearing through that Zentaro, sends it forward, but it's Jammy on the back end with the defense. 10-man here on the front tries to use the secondary here and picks up two barriers somehow with a strike. Core flip here for 10-man. He's looking to use it here anytime soon. Nuru gets a kill from the back end. It's a death touch here to pick up 10-man, but it's okay though. 10-man hits the core flip and sends it right under Bengi. Bengi does not react to that one.
I mean, Jesus Christ just popped off there. Double barrier, KO, and a goal. What?
Exactly, and it's like such a tough position to find yourself in, right? Against an Atlas of all things as well. Like, again, you know, like, just because these are unconventional picks doesn't mean they aren't strong picks in their own sense, you know. Nuru, unfortunately though, I talked about this being a strong pick but losing out on both of his barriers already. Bengi sending out to Gasso and Gasso walking up here to try and win out that 1v1.
Yeah, and I mean, Silenzio really got to take advantage of the fact they've gotten both barriers at the start, like almost every single time.
Already, and there we go! Himiko picks up a goal as well, wow. Like, that's what you said, like, right there, right? They take advantage of the fact that they got both barriers fast and then they abuse it instantaneously.
Yeah, exactly. Keep up that pressure. Maybe be a little bit more aggressive since you have the double barrier advantage and doing really well.
Exactly. Oh my god, Himiko together here with Gerstau picks up the kill onto 10-man. Bengi though, unfortunately, losing out on both of the barriers. His death touch to send it to the top side though. Picks up one barrier, looking here for the bottom. Gasto to try and put it on Bengi! Bengi, what was that? Misses out the core flip and somehow lets it through. That was the freest goal of all time.
Oh no. Oh no. Happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us, you know.
Such a bad position to find yourself in, and definitely not one you want to find yourself in here on Silenzio. Bangi though playing here really well to wait out for that Atlas secondary, loses out the 1v1 here, 210 man though. It's Nuru on the back end here in a really tough 1v1, but it's fine. Jammy 2D rescue.
Yeah, and I mean, Silenzio, if they end up losing this set, that's going to be really bad on the moral, especially after a goal like that.
Exactly. These kind of games just matter so much in the sense of what's that word? Sorry. Okay, you know what? I just lost all my words. Anyway, Gersto here picking up one barrier, looking for the second. Brawling on the top side by Jesus Christ to fight back here on the top. Himiko now with his turn on the offense, but Nuru clears out to Jammy. Bangi here trying to look for that offense as well on that support from the back end, but it's Mask Himiko to send it forward again with another Death Touch.
Yeah, they're doing really good on the offensive pressure. Passing up to Mask as well. Got the core flip as well, potentially getting a barrier.
Nuru here, unfortunately losing out the core flip 1v1 against Mas Himiko. Bangi here though, they are now on the defense, but never mind, it's back to Nuru as Gerstau tries to look for the goal here. It's a death touch from Mas Himiko to send it down to Gerstau. Gerstau sends it right under Nuru. What a goal.
And that's really good. You know, didn't affect their mental at all. They didn't get shaken up straight into the next point. Boom.
Definitely so. And like, honestly, if they had lost that one, that would have been so heavy on them with the amount of momentum and JT was going to carry into them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're jumping into the draft. Nothing too crazy yet. Maybe missile prop on Kai or Deadeye on Kai. But we get a lot of survivability, more movement for the Rasmus, denying Octavia as well, of course. And then there's a missile prop on the Kai. More sparks for Octavia, or not more sparks, first spark, and then we got Among Titans, Jesus Christ.
Oh boy, we got Among Titans on the main scorer here, on the side of NJT, as he gets bullied out here on the back end, but it's Jammy and Nuru to send it on the top side though. Gersto here back with a 1v1, picks up a barrier of his own already. There's a little bit of a brawl happening here on the bottom side against Himiko and JAC, but never mind though, it's Gersto yet again with the second barrier already. Mas Himiko here looking for the goal, the Death Touch, the Whiplash, gets it both in, and Nuru cannot defend against that one, not enough strikes.
Yeah, the speed is too much, the Chrono Boost, the aerials, and you know, Silenzio is really bringing it back right now. Locked in.
Exactly, and I actually believe that aerials would have originally been a deny as well to Nuru, because you know, just a little bit of shout out to my boy Kanami back in Asia, but like, he's one to really believe in a double dash kind of Zentaro, you know. Maybe not something that Nuru is looking for here, but really tough for him to play against, considering the fact that Himiko is so much faster as well here on the front end, you know.
Yeah, fair enough. And Nuru also having flips, same with Jammy. So,
oh my god, a kill already coming out here onto Jammy. Jammy's flip removed here from the map. Gersto and Himiko here support Bangi on the defense, but it's Gersto to try and pick up the first barrier. No, Nuru wins it out with that core flip though. JC unfortunately loses out the 1v1 against Bangi's barrage and lose the barrier as well. Oh, Mas Himiko here picking up the second barrier. It's Nuru and Jammy back on the defense. Jammy is back to, oh no! That ultimate Jammy unfortunately sends it into his own goal.
Oh no! A bit of miscommunication coming out from NJT. Oh no, you really don't want to give them another set.
And I think like in the sense of Silenzio here, they might have found a win condition, and I believe that win condition is, you know, kill Jammy, because Jammy really is just the core of this team, right? The ability to constantly keep core in play as both an offense and here on defense to help Nuru whenever Nuru's in such a tough spot is that Octavia. Once they get Jammy out of the board, NJT will be in such a tough position to do anything. But until then, it's gonna be so hard for them to do much about that. They do see that though, and they try to lower and stagger Jammy out here as Jammy runs for his life.
The Atlas ult didn't even like do anything. Just Jammy just got staggered and hit out of it.
Jammy's getting tossed around the whole map right now, looking to play defense as Nuru walks up here for the offense with the Zentaro goalie. Himiko here looking for the Death's Touch, misses it out though. It's Jammy living for a little while longer, uses her out to push away Gersto, which is looking for the kill as well. Jammy somehow survives, but never mind though, Caster's curse. That's one on, and at the same time, Jesus Christ loses out his life as well. Nuru forced in the 1v3 here, picks out a kill on the top end, and somehow, with his whole team crumbling on the front side, he still stays strong.
What has just happened? I mean, there's a barrier take mask with Flip as well, but so many KOs just occurred.
Exactly, so many KOs just happened. Here's a call flip from Mas looking for the goal.
Oh.
It's the whiplash to send it in. Jammy and Nuru cannot do anything about that one, and Silenzio is up onto match point.
The turnaround is happening. You know, it's looking really, 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 really good for Silenzio.
Exactly, it is indeed, and you might have to question, was that disrespectful pick of Zentaro goalie an issue, you know? Like, could it have been a really, really big misplay here?
I'm not sure, you know, maybe it's their best character, so, you know,
maybe it is indeed, and like, I'm wrong, you know, like, we can't speak. You are right, we can't speak on that. But Nuru here looking to pick up that heavy impact to potentially deny it for more damage to maybe keep Jesus Christ alive for just a while longer.
Yeah, and I also want to point out, is it Gerstar? 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 Is that how you pronounce it? The Asher build? Yeah, the Asher build is crazy. I mean, look how many CDs they have!
Definitely, but it's Jesus Christ here healing himself here on the front end with the ultimate, picking out first barrier here, already looking for the second. He has 3 defenders to go through, though. Such a tough position to find yourself in. Nuru cannot find the time to dash forward here as that core keeps getting sent backwards. Jesus Christ here to potentially pick up the barrier. Not yet, though. Jammy with the pressure on the top end. Here's the core flip, tries to send it through, sends it through. Jesus Christ wins the 1v1 against Bangi. Masihimiko forced to walk back here for that defense, but it's Nuru here currently on the defense of his own as well. Gersto looking really low on the back end. Jammy being lowered by a Giga Blast all the way from Bangi. It's JC though here on the offense. And somehow Nuru picks up a kill on the bottom side as well. Tries to go forward to the top here, sends it to Jammy, but Jammy gets taken away by a death touch. JC here looking for a bounce here on the middle. Gets the call, but it's denied by a core flip. Second core flip already. Bangi uses core flip as well, almost losing out on his goal. JC looking for the goal here. Jammy looking for the goal here. They both get healed up by the Atlas out, but it's not ready just yet though. JC unfortunately getting sent off, but rezzed by his own Atlas out though. It's Gersto here to look for the kill. Nuru to look for the goal barrier though, but he does not get it just yet. What a tough position to find yourself in here on the side of NJT. As they lose 1 life, almost losing out the second here as well.
Oh no, oh no. Nuru trying to make that final play to get the goal, but not successful, losing a barrier.
Indeed, but they stay on just a little while longer. Bangi unfortunately losing out on that second barrier already, as you said. Tries to send it forward to Gersto. Gersto just brawling absolutely everybody here. But it's Nuru from the back end. What a dash to pick up the goal.
You know, there it is. The Zentaro goalie pick.
Indeed, indeed. And, you know, maybe I was the one in the wrong, you know, to call it that. Maybe that was the strat all along, right? To have that all that offensive pressure from the goalie. Like, this team is surprisingly pretty strong, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 glass cannons plus Jesus, a healer, you know? It worked out in some way.
I mean, definitely sure, as you said. But it's just, what's it called? Gersto here is constantly brawling away at both JC and Jammy, which makes it so hard for both of them to play their roles. Masihimiko tries to go for a play here, but does not pick it up with that Death's Touch. Gersto forced to use his core flip and almost loses his life for it as well.
Yeah, and I mean, look how much damage is coming out, but Jesus Christ saves himself with the ult.
Bangi unfortunately losing out on his core flip already, so is Nuru as he loses out a goal barrier as well. Nuru though here dashing forward to secure that second goal barrier. JC on the bottom with that core flip does not do anything with that secondary just yet though. It's Nuru to try and look to put up that offensive pressure for his team.
Jammy just gets staggered so much in these games.
Exactly, it's so tough. Anyways, JC here picking up the second barrier though. Core being sent forward constantly. JC looking for that core flip anytime soon. It's Nuru to Jammy, forward onto Gersto, but Gersto decides to clear it out to Himiko. Himiko goes with a death touch, but somehow does not pick it up yet. It's Jammy to defend it with a core flip though. Never mind, picks it up though, wins out the 1v2, sends it up to Gersto. Gersto almost has core flip. Jammy, no! Nuru sends it into his own team, but Jammy loses out the 1v1 against Gersto. How unfortunate of a position to find yourself in here on the side of NJT.
Yeah, and Silenzio is not backing down. Not backing down at all. They want to close this out, and they want to proceed to the next round to hopefully secure themselves a spot.
Definitely, and just as you say that, go, it's Gersto 1, 2, and 3. There goes both barriers and the goal as well. Nuru cannot do anything about that one. Absolutely demolished in the face of Gersto.
That is just disgusting. Especially proccing the slick kicks and then all the CDs from their awakenings, perfect form, extra special reverb, and big fist.
Exactly. Unfortunately, Masahimiko here uses all his abilities but can't find anything just yet. Oh no, the Death Touch might have taken his own barrier as well. Jamie sends it forward to JC. JC with a core flip. Down under it goes, and Bangi cannot find that one either. Unfortunately, using out all his abilities already. What an unfortunate Death Touch to hit the side of Silencio here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you saw as well, Nuru was dashing down in the bottom with flip, ready to prepare for the second attack instantly.
Exactly, and that's the thing about this team comp that you have to worry about, right? Just because Jamie is forced on the defense so much does not mean they don't have the offensive pressure with Nuru on the front end here as well. Like we said right there, it's a 2v3, but they still managed to pick up the barrier though. Nuru up to Jamie, Jamie down forward to JC. JC somehow picks it up, a second barrier for him as he looks for the 1v1 against Bangi. Bangi almost has his core flip here, gets the core flip. It's Himiko to clear it out on through the middle though, but they cannot get it through midfield yet.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really not looking good for Silenzio right now. You know, I was dashing them up the whole time, but now they're losing composure and NJT is locking in.
Exactly, and they're locking in indeed. Here comes the call flip from Bangi, but no! They get locked out by the Atlas secondary. It's Bangi that unfortunately loses it out.
It's the timeless creator diff, bro. It's the timeless
creator. It really is. That extra half a second from that Atlas secondary somehow manages to keep them in the game, and we find ourselves at match point yet again. A 4-4, a 5 round, oh my god, I can't speak English. A 5-set game here for our first game of the day already, Loco.
Yeah, and I mean, really good match so far. And we got another spark going down on to Octavia. It's the speed one plus the cooldown one. We got specialized training on Kai, which is going to be crazy with missile prop and 1-2 punch. And then we have longer lasting buffs for Rasmus, which is really good with Chrono Boost and Aerials. And yeah, all around really good.
Definitely, and like actually, if anything, the scary one here I believe would be Jamie, because now with more cooldowns and more speed as well, Jamie has become that midfield presence that they constantly need, the NJT constantly needs though. It's Masahimiko here to put so much pressure out on the front end with that extra speed that he has gotten from that C2L. Yeah,
and the only way you can really get rid of that by what they're doing right now, staggering Jamie. How can you KO them? They're so fast.
Exactly, Jamie is just like such a force to be reckoned with here on the field. He loses his life though, is that force gets taken out by Gersto. Gersto looks to win the 1v1 against JC, and somehow accidentally JC sends it forward back into his own team. Gersto here looking for the goal barrier, but I believe Nuru was there to clear it out though. Jamie back on the board on the bottom, and then somehow gets taken out again. It's Bangi to find another kill, and what a death touch from Masahimiko to pick up the second barrier as well. Masahimiko looking on her on the top and to win out that 1v1 against Nuru. There comes the call flip, Gersto being able to defend it, and never mind, so Nuru being able to defend it. Gersto not finding it just yet though. Nuru looking for an offense here on the forward with that Zentaro goalie, does not find it though.
Yeah, and Jamie is back in, almost getting taken out by the Gigablast again, but safe for now.
Exactly, Nuru is just playing such an amazing game here, but so is Bangi as he somehow saves out both the barriers here on the bottom, on the front end. Unfortunately, Nuru can't clear it out against Masahimiko as JC here looks to win out the 1v1. He manages to win it out, but Bangi sends it topside. Jamie unfortunately almost sends it into his own goalie as JC picks up first barrier, and it's such a tough brawl for them to have here.
Yeah, and I mean, both teams just fighting for the final, or not the final goal, the first goal of the final set, and both barriers down. Oh no!
Barriers down already. Somehow Bangi, unfortunately, Silencio was not able to capitalize on all the on the early barriers as well. JC though almost losing his life here. It's Jamie down to JC. Nuru tries to pick it up. Here's an ultimate to deny away that core flip. Wins out the 1v1 with that slash dash, but he sends it up towards Jamie, being taken up by the death touch. Here comes the core flip in such a tough defense position for them to find themselves in here. JC being able to keep the forward, and wins out the 1v1.
What just happened? The secondary like dribbled for Jesus, you know? Didn't even have to touch the ball. And then slots it in.
Just the pure amount of aura that Jesus had on the forward side.
No.
Anyways, here we see a brawl happening on the red team's defense already as they lose out both barriers. Silencio need to close this out, and they do not want to see the same thing happen as last round though. Nuru almost gets taken out by that death touch, but being able to save himself out just yet though, it's Jamie on that defense.
Yeah, and oh my!
How did that happen?
Through the
somehow went
creation.
into the creation and somehow killed JC for it as well. Sends it forward, but Nuru with a core flip to deny it away from Masahimiko here. Looks to use all their abilities, and it's such a bad position for NJT to find themselves in. They managed to pick up one barrier, though JC here looking for that second one. Jammy so low already, being hit off by a Giga Blast, but healed by his teammate here of JC. Nuru sends it up to JC. JC here on the defense, unfortunately, not a place that he wants to find himself in.
Yeah, and NJT is doing really, really well when they lose both barriers. They run this double goalie setup that's doing really well. Oh, never Castle's curse! Castle's curse!
Castle's curse came in strong there. Himiko slammed it down, and somehow Jammy's ultimate almost screws it up. But Nuru cannot find the clear. I believe he was... I mean, that's just something you don't expect, right? Like, what happened there? Nuru unfortunately didn't read what happened on the field, and Jammy already losing his life here on another round. JC picks up both barriers here. One for Nuru, one for JC, and NJT looking to end it out here.
Yeah, and I mean, each team that scored the point loses barriers the very next point, like instantly. It happened back to back now, and I'm like...
Exactly, you're right. Jammy here looking so low, but healed up by his teammate here of JC. It's the core flip from Gerster, but denied by Nuru here with that ultimate. Picks up a kill as well as Nuru. Core flip here on the front, and JC wins on the 1v1. Bangi striking too early.
Yeah, and will the pattern continue? Will NJT now lose double barriers? Potentially. It's been a pattern, man. I've noticed it.
It has. You are right. It has indeed. But here's the thing, right? Like, while it is true that NJT are able to like pick up all these barriers and stuff and all, and same on the side of Silenzio, right? It's just so much tougher here on the side of Silenzio when they lose those, or when they pick up those barriers, because if they cannot convert, it just becomes a situation that they are so badly in, as they unfortunately lose out both barriers here. Is Masahimiko to look for the attack though? Oh my god, here comes the Zentauro from Nuru! Bangi gets overwhelmed!
Yeah, and I mean, in that situation, even if you end up saving it, they got flipped. Like, what can you do? What can you do? And really well played from both teams. Really close match.
Exactly. Really well played from both. But it's NJT to win it out yet again, man. Silenzio unfortunately does not get their revenge from last week.
Yeah, and Nuru picking up the MVP with the Zentaro goalie, scoring 3 goals, 4 assists, 3 KOs. And Jammy, you know, really playing that heavy second goalie position, you know? Both of them really doing well to support each other. Even with a little bit of miscommunicated ults, they did really well together.
Indeed. And like, not only that, but like, you realize a lot of the times, even with these like miscommunicated passes and these miscommunicated abilities that unfortunately put themselves in a bad situation, right? Nuru always kept his cool. Nuru was never in a position where he didn't really know what to do, you know, like, sure, they might have lost it out once or twice here because they get screwed over by a teammate's abilities, but they were never in a position where you would see them ever panic on the back end like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely agree. Very calm, very collected. I mean, honestly, props to both teams. Even after some, like, very difficult to deal with goals went in, you know, some very, like, unfortunate goals sliding in, they both kept their mental, you know, high. They kept playing the match out, and set 5, really good game.
Yeah, definitely. And I honestly think, like, the downfall here of Silenzio was probably when they started failing to kill Jammy. Because as you can see, right, that comeback around after that first round really came when Jammy was being taken out constantly. But the second Jammy found the ability to live and also be able, like, both, like, every single time you see Jammy always low, you see 10-man low for so long, but it's always fine because somehow they always get to get their job done even while they're low. And when you cannot take out a pivotal player like Jammy, right, it just becomes so tough to break that defense of NJT here.
Yeah, I completely agree. But, you know, what can you do, man? That second goalie setup was so good, especially since if Jammy cleared it forward past the midfield to JC after Nuru passed it to them, Nuru could just instantly push up and cover the other angle, and just an instant lockdown.
Exactly. It's just so tough for Bangi to defend against that. Anyways, we'll be heading off to a quick break where we come back with a best of 3 to send one team over to the qualifier tournament next week.
Yup. Bye.
And we are back already, local. What a game to find ourselves in here. Actually, an interesting one for us indeed, as we see the return of Turkine's Cats here back on stream against Forge Fury.
Yep, I'm excited about that one. And a player we've casted before actually being SMG, because I remember us doing, word plays with SMG's name, playing the Kai
Definitely,
pick as well.
playing the Kai thing, that rat-tat-tat with that gun, like definitely
There you
indeed.
go.
But actually, I'd like to bring a bit of attention here onto Forge Fury, an interesting team indeed, as both. While yes, we talk about SMG being a very high level EU player here, being a really strong player, midfielder here for them, right? All right. It's Tempo, Melon, and Shapeshifting are both actually from NA here, choosing to play together with us. We have seen this before in the form of EKC from last week, but it's different this time considering the fact that they have a strong EU player together with them to potentially off-put that ping difference that they have. Definitely going to be a tough game going into here to try and secure themselves a spot in the qualifiers, but a lot easier compared to something like EKC that didn't have that strong player here that was also EU orientated,
Yeah, with that extra ping advantage. But SMG is a forward, so that does still mean there's going to be a high ping goalie, and the goalie role is absolutely torture with high ping. So we'll see how that goes.
Exactly. Such a pivotal role, unfortunately, having to play a high ping. But we'll have to see how they decide to handle this as we are going to head on over to Night Market for our first map.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. And straight after, we got Atlas Lab and then potentially Clarion Test Chambers. So, we got nice maps.
Forge Fury choosing to go Night Market here, which I think might be a bit tough considering the fact that the way that this map is mostly played, right? A lot of the times, the call always gets funneled into one of the two lanes, and then you just have to see like almost all four forwards there, right? So it's really gonna be tough for them to win out those strike walls with at least one of their forwards being on higher ping here, going into a map like Night Market. But it is their map pick, so we'll have to see what they decide to bring here to the table. Maybe a rune pick to lock off the corners, maybe a Dubu, maybe any creation at all, in fact, to just make it so much harder for the enemy team here of Turkine's Cats to push through the lanes.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And it could be the Kai midfield coming out from SMG, which I'm a big fan of Kai midfield on Night Market, abusing the secondary speed, Kai base speed, and the Night Market speed. Just a whole lot of speed for the core control.
Anyways, we're just checking if the teams are ready and we can start anytime soon now, local.
Yeah, we're waiting to see the draft as well. Striker bands, awakenings. Gonna be excited to see what the awakenings are. Oh, here we go, and they're already completo, deleto. Wow.
They are indeed, yeah. And we got the striker picks here already. Turkine's Cats banning out the Rune and Forge Fury banning out the IME. They really don't want to see that IME here on the map like this. And wow, actually surprisingly, only one creation, but it's on the side of Turkine's Cats. Sorry, no, two creations. They do have creations here on the side of Forge Fury as well, on that Atlas, potentially to lock down those lanes with all those creations.
Yeah. And Finny is definitely a tough pick to go against, especially with that Monumentalist, because it is so difficult to hit out of something just that big with that gravitational pull as well,
Indeed. Like, it's gonna be really, really tough for them to try and clear away from that Finny here being picked up by Turkine's Cats. But we'll have to see how Forge Fury chooses to respond to these picks here by their enemy team.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to be loading in to the first map of the best of 3, which guarantees them a promotion if they win this map.
Exactly. Not this map, but like this best of 3 here. Yeah. Anyways, after Night Market, we'll be heading on over to Atlas Lab and then potentially Clarion if they give us a third game as well for both of the teams here. And they're looking to secure themselves a spot here to play the qualifier tournament that's coming up soon.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And you know, SMG really likes playing, you know, those like shooting midfielders.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, like unfortunately, SMG, like specking off to being a little bit of a sniper here.
Fair
Like,
enough, fair enough. Not so
definitely,
crazy.
but yeah, again, we have returned to Brazil back on the board here, looking for a kill here on the bottom potentially, but no, it's a goal barrier. They pick up as Spring Maestro, looking really, really low here already.
Ooh, nice strike shot coming out from
Exactly,
Marco.
and actually, I'm seeing something like happen really interesting here, which is the Marco is actually walking up a lot here, not just sitting back and just using that buff, that secondary global buff for his team, right? But actually walking up and playing aggressive a lot with his team. Tempo picking up the first kill already, picking up the second barrier as well. Tempo picks up 2 barriers, looking for the goal here as well as SMG sends it forward, down up the shapeshifting, back onto the top side. SMG looks to shoot it in, and in it goes.
Wow.
Tempo Melon picks up the first goal.
That was really, really nice passing from shapeshifting and SMG, which if you really want to see on Night Market, which is that map that just gives you that little gap in the middle where you can abuse that teamwork.
Exactly. Return to Brazil just didn't know where to play that, didn't know where to support the push from, as they get absolutely bullied out here by both Tempo and SMG. Return to Brazil looking so low already. Tempo looking for the kill, but shapeshifting unfortunately losing out on the first barrier already.
Yeah, and we got 2 flips on the side of FF. Or 3 flips, sorry, and someone
flips,
already
actually.
staggered. yeah, return
Exactly.
to
Return
Brazil.
to No! What
Oh,
an
what?
unfortunate bounce. Somehow shapeshifting loses out his second barrier already. It's SMG to win out the 1v1 here against Spring Maestro. Here comes the core flip. Sends it up. Spellbinder here with an ultimate to try and deny it away. But Spring Maestro here, like looking so low already, might lose their life as well here in the defense.
Yeah, Spin still holding on to the core flip against 2 core flips. Oh!
Unfortunately, should have been using it a little bit earlier as they lose out their second goal barrier here. Here comes the Marco buff as Return to Brazil wins out the 1v1 against SMG. The Spring and Maestro here on the bottom side to try and win out.
Oh.
And oh my god, what about? Shifting does not catch that one.
That was really, really unfortunate. But you know, you still got 2 flips. And there's a use energy burst coming out from Tempo.
There is indeed. SMG looking for a kill here on the top side against Return to Brazil as well. And Tempo follows up with all of their damage as well. Shape-shifting here, saving out both of the barriers against that ultimate from the Finny.
Yeah, and we still got 3 flips up, you know. All the flips from last round still going into this round, still holding on to it, waiting for a KO.
Oh, there goes a kill as well. And there's the first flip that we talked about as well. Melon picking up her first kill on the board here. It's SMG to try pick up the barrier, and oh my god, a core flip from Spinbinder, but it's not enough. Spinbinder looks so low with no core flip, no elu as well to keep themselves alive. They might be looking for the kill here. It's Tempo Melon on the front end. Spinbinder so low already. There goes the second barrier. SMG tries to snipe his way through, but does not get it through yet. Return to Brazil to win out the 1v1 on the bottom and sends it up to Spring Maestro as they pick up their first barrier of the round.
Yeah, Spin doing really good to survive though, but still getting damaged by the Tempo Melon Centauro.
Exactly. It's just so hard for them to survive against this Centauro, right? Like, considering the fact that they decided to bring that siphoning one as well, just so much damage to look through here. Shape-shifting almost forced to put into a 1v1 against, and oh my god, somehow they lost the goalie on the side of Spinbinder. Tempo Melon picks up the goal.
Yeah, and Tempo Melon hitting a bit of a cheeky dance before scoring in, whipping the blade around.
You gotta style on your enemies a little bit, you know?
Yeah, that's what we like to see, you know?
That's what we like to see. And the SMG teleporting up here with that roll swap to try and pick up the barrier forces out so many abilities here from the defense. Unfortunately, somehow losing up their own goal barrier as well. Tempo Melon gets brawled out here by Spinbinder.
Yeah, and we got Flip coming out on shape-shifting, so gonna be doing really well on that defense. Oh no,
never mind though, as we say that casters, because unfortunately, not only losing the goal barrier, but the goal flip as well, and the goal. It's Returned to Brazil to send it through.
I mean, I just need to keep my mouth shut. Like,
yep. I mean, like, what are you doing to these teams, man? What are you doing to these teams, local? Anyways, an ultimate here from Return to Brazil to look for that first barrier. Up is the core flip as well as Spring Maestro almost loses his life on the top side to Tempo. They're both also low though as Spring looks for that orb. Return to Brazil look for the orb on the back end. But surprisingly, even with this Finny pick, they can't get out that much damage. As I say that though, Tempo Melon is so low already. Here comes the first core flip from the red team. Here comes the second one. Looks to send it through and it does not connect. Somehow, shape-shifting does not even have to play it at all to defend that goal. It's SMG here with a core flip. Decides to pop it on the front end. Tries to use a piercing shot to send it through, but not yet though. SMG somehow dribbling out both Spring and Return to Brazil. Looking for a teleport potentially, but not yet though. It's shape-shifting on the back end to defend against Return to Brazil. And oh my god, they almost lost out their goal as well, but Return to Brazil unfortunately not in a good spot there to pick up that goal. Tempo back on the board.
No evade on Return to Brazil, and also... no!
Oh my god! What a primary! Spring somehow stuns out the goalie. What a phenomenal play.
Yeah, and Return to Brazil returning to the MVP spot. Well, not returning to the, you know, I just wanted to word it.
Yep, definitely.
Just let me do it.
Indeed. But this Drekar here on the front end is going to be so tough. Like, we have so many strong picks for him here, but he decides to go for a chrono boost, surprisingly.
Yeah, I mean, I hear a lot of Drekar forwards saying they absolutely love Chrono Boost, so not the most odd pick, but we do have extra special going on to SMG, which might also be a little bit of a deny away from the Monumentalist Finny extra special. More HP on Finny as well, really good.
Definitely, but it also buffers up SMG's ability here to win out so much more on the midfield. Return to Brazil going invisible already. Pops out here from the top side through the shadows. Looks to shoot down towards Tempo Melon. Tempo Melon looks so low. Uses the dash to get herself out of that and healed up by shape-shifting here on the back end. Unfortunately, losing out more health here to Spinbinder is Tempo.
Yeah, Tempo's still looking really low. Nice work to snatch that orb, shape-shifting, moving up to cover the position. And really well played.
Exactly, and again, like I want to bring this back to fruition again. The fact that Spinbinder is not just sitting back and just using that Marco buff, but instead actually walking up and helping with this offense here, just makes it so tough whenever the blue team's here on the defense, right? Like they just have to deal with so much more space that the red team has. As I say that though, Tempo Melon picks up the second barrier, looking for the kill as well on Spinbinder, but gets denied by Spring Maestro's primary, denied by the ultimate as well. Tries to elu out of it, but somehow takes the damage. No, you don't want to be doing that. SMG unfortunately hitting to the middle barrier, loses out their goal barrier. Tempo looking for the stun here, but it's a call flip from Spring Maestro, call flip from shape-shifting, and oh my god, Tempo!
What a pass from the goalie to the forward to the goals.
Holy! Wow. Return to Brazil, unfortunately, not being able to catch that call as Tempo slots it right in.
Yeah, really well played, but Return to Brazil instantly answering back with a barrier, where they answer back with two barriers.
With two hits, SMG to shoot it in with that piercing shot here on the top end, and Tempo to pick up one on the bottom with that knife. Shape-shifting here, looking in a really bad spot though, loses out the second barrier. Here's the call flip, but Return to Brazil does not find it out yet though. Tempo tries to go for the stun, and oh my god, they get the kill somehow. Spring Maestro looking Spring Maestro looking in such a strong spot here. SMG, unfortunately, in a really bad spot, so low, but picks it up. Spin, SMG. You can't be doing that, man. Spin unfortunately walks up and gets stunned out by SMG. Absolutely phenomenal plays here from SMG.
SMG, the European version of the American sniper right now, you know?
European sniper, you know?
Yeah, that's
European sniper, European rifler, European SMG user, you know?
Something like that.
Something like that. As we enjoy our wordplay here, Spring Maestro looking to die here on the top end, but never mind. Manages to keep their life for just a little while longer as all the damage gets poured onto them.
Yeah, and I mean, look how much damage they're taking, but they're not getting confirmed yet. They managed to get an orb, staying alive, which is really well played from them.
Exactly, indeed, really well played, but they're on the offense now. With a barrier disadvantage, they look to keep up this offense. Spinbinder here using that strike shot to send it forward. SMG picking up that core flip though, uses it here on the front and tries to go for a little cheeky pass, but does not get it. Never mind though, Tempo Melon 1v3s, picks up the second barrier, looking for the goal here, but it's Return to Brazil to cancel it out as they win out the 1v1 and wins a goal barrier to answer back immediately.
Yeah, and FF is doing so good with keeping the core possession.
My god, Tempo! Tempo! Holy, what a stun from Tempo, not giving in to Spinbinder's primary there and choosing not to play out the 1v1. Just stunning Spinbinder and letting the core slot itself right in.
Yeah, wins the 1v1 against Marco as well. That is crazy, crazy work. And we got some crazy Zentaro awakenings. Also, Timeless Creator for Finny if they want to add that onto the ult, but I doubt it. I doubt it.
Definitely, indeed. Finny here denying that heavy impact from that Zentaro as they pick up that Super Surge. Actually, this is something I was thinking about when looking at the picks, but I believe Aerials might have been the better pick here. I know like damage is in such a pivotal part of that Zentaro pick, right? But giving Return to Brazil that extra range might have been a mistake.
I mean, we're gonna find out, man. We're gonna find out
indeed, as somehow this core manages to go all around the world and picks up 2 barriers here. Return to Brazil, picking up the second one. Unfortunately, getting brawled out here by the blue team. It's Spinbinder to send it up, but oh no, there goes 1 life here off the red team. There goes Spring Maestro without their midfielder. Can return and Spinbinder defend. They cannot defend the first one though, but looking to defend the second is SMG to send it to the top side. Tempo, unfortunately, does not strike. Spin so low though, they might be looking for that kill to deny out that secondary as well. Return to Brazil so low as well as Spinbinder. Like, it's such a tough position to find themselves in, but somehow the big finish finishes it off. There it goes, right under into the goal.
Yeah, and Spring doing so well to win that interaction, and especially when Spin just died or got KO'd, really, really well played from the side of TC.
Exactly. Oh my god, Tempo with another kill already! Picking up so many kills here on the board. SMG tries to win out a 1v1 against the middle barrier, but constantly kept losing that. That was kind of funny to watch, I'm not even gonna lie. Somehow they managed to pick up the first barrier though. So SMG looking to dribble a little bit here to deny Return to Brazil. Shape-shifting, unfortunately losing out to that ping, loses out their first barrier as well. It's Tempo to deny Return to Brazil their right to live. Walking up here with SMG to look for the second barrier, picks it up. Here comes the ultimate, here comes the dash, almost picks it up. SMG with a core flip, does not have a primary to stun it up, but it is fine though. Tempo with the assist.
I mean, that last draft really boosted their damage like crazy. You know, the Super Surge, the Deadeye, and then Rapid Fire plus Prime Time for even more primary damage. Or not more primary damage, more primary output.
More primary output, which in turn becomes more primary damage, you know. Anyways, though, it's Return to Brazil to stun out Shape-shifting here, picking up the first barrier. Shape-shifting in a really bad spot as loses out the second barrier from the shadows. Is Return to Brazil. Out of Brazil he comes.
Yeah, making it back on the core field.
Back onto the core field. Anyways, though, they're on the offense here. It is the blue team as Shape-shifting sends it up here towards Tempo Melon. Tempo Melon picks up the second kill here. SMG sends it forward down, but it's a big finish to cancel it out though. The Marco secondary to hit away from Tempo as Spring Maestro tries to look for the goal here to end out the round for his team.
Yeah, and I mean, we got so many flips coming up. Tempo almost with overflip, but you know.
Oh my god, Tempo wins on 1v1 against Spinbinder, forcing the core flip, tries to go forward here with a core flip of her own as well. Unfortunately, getting caged up by that Marco. Shape-shifting here, looking to dribble the core up, send it down towards Tempo. SMG wins on the 1v1, gets the barrier, but Tempo unfortunately wasting out that core flip and not finding anything just yet though.
Tempo, she's got to survive, got to stay alive, don't want to risk dying and making your team force that 3v2, but there's the ult coming out for the heal.
Exactly, that's the ult coming out, and that's the core flip coming out from Shape-shifting. Oh my god, what was that angle? Somehow Shape-shifting keeps on to their goal just in time though, as Spinbinder here on the defense yet again. That Marco's going to be a big problem if they do not shut that down anytime soon though. It's actually the Drekar that becomes the problem, right through SMG onto the top end.
Yeah, SMG hitting the core to Return to Brazil, and Return to Brazil returning the core back to SMG, who has no strike, and slotting it in the top part of the goals.
Exactly, you know, that shotgun just winning out in close range against the sniper, you know. Anyway, Spring Maestro here on the top side, looking for that offense again. It's Spinbinder here. Again, you know, constantly walking up and creating all that pressure, but never mind though. Return to Brazil out from the shadows. Shape-shifting loses the goal.
Yeah, what a crazy Finny primary snipe. Oh, and now I can say it. Return to Brazil, returning as MVP. Yeah.
Return to Brazil, indeed, returning to the top of the leaderboard with that MVP. So many good
and
awakenings, but it's missile prop that gets picked up here. That Drakar is looking like a real big problem here.
We do have the Twin Drive on Atlas and way more survivability on Zentaro. Then we got a Spark on Finny, which that's 2 Sparks now. Crazy survivability, more survivability onto SMG as well. And then Siege Machine on Spin. Spin has a lot of damage on the Marco ult, which I want to point out. Specialized Training and Siege Machine might go crazy.
I think definitely a big part here is the fact that Tempo picking up that Stagger Swagger keeps herself alive even longer, and at the same time just denies all that survivability from the red team as well. Never mind though, who does not survive though is SMG, as he loses his life here on the top end to the Drakar, losing 1 barrier, shape-shifting, losing the second one, and the big finish to send it in!
And what do you do there? I mean, that's just such a horrible position to be in.
Exactly. Did you see the core as well? It went in like such a weird shape, you know, it didn't go straight and it went down and bounced to the top side. It was like kind of deciding, you know, on the end whether he wanted to go in or not. Never mind though, it's Tempo Melon here to pick up the first barrier of the round as SMG sends it forward for that second one, but Spinbinder clears it out really easily.
Yeah, and if you're a fan or a supporter of FF, you really want to see more KOs coming out, you know? The KOs have kind of slowed down. Sure, that's might be because of the survivability, but double barrier.
Double barrier here for Tempo. Unfortunately, Return has that core flip. Unfortunately for him, uses it out as well though. Tempo looking for the offense here. SMG, both of them putting damage onto Return to Brazil here. Return to Brazil so low, missing out the cage is the Marco on the backside of Spinbind. The SMG somehow not being able to walk up because of that cage though. Shape-shifting, looking to look for the support here on the front end. It's SMG to send it down on the bottom. Tempo does not get it through, but it's a core flip here from Spring. Shape-shifting, unfortunately losing out. There goes the second core flip though. It's SMG that loses his on the back end. But it's Return to Brazil with that shotgun. And here comes the Zentaro play. Almost gets it in, but Spinbinder with the core flip. Looking for the kill. It's SMG on the bottom end. Tempo looks for the kill as well, but does not find it just yet though. What is happening in this game, Loco?
I mean, KO.
There goes the Drakar.
And now it's time.
Into the
Slot
ships.
it in.
Just get it in. Now you just need to end out this round with that kill. Tempo looking so low already. If they don't get this goal anytime soon, Tempo might lose her life. It's shape-shifting to send it forward to SMG. SMG to Tempo. And there it is, the piercing shot. Snipes him right in.
What a great setup, and they did really well to win that. Especially after getting the KO, TC defended so well against FF's attacks, but they held their own and got it in the end.
Definitely in the end. Like, I believe if they didn't get that goal there, Tempo might have lost her life and it might have just been totally over, right? Because TC is in so much of a stronger position to win out these barriers compared to FF here.
Yeah, I mean, look at the stacks difference as well. Like, that is a crazy difference. Oh!
SMG and Tempo working in tandem to pick up the second barrier, but it's Tempo that wins out the 1v1. Spinbinder does not read it.
Yeah, really, really well played from FF, and the stacks advantage is crazy right now. I have to point that out once again.
Having 2 players on full stacks, meanwhile the enemy team barely have any of their own, is just such a bad position to find yourself in. A worse position to find yourself is Return to Brazil as they lose their life here on the back end with against the goalie and against Tempo Melon. Tempo here looking for the goal barrier though, pick up her first one, looking for the second one with that core flip. It's Spring to clear it out though with his own core flip. SMG sends it to the top, core flips of their own as well, does not get it through though. It's 3 people on the top side. SMG just trying to force it through, but no, shape-shifting sends it out to Tempo. Tempo picks up the barrier, looking for the goal, unfortunately not being able to use that core flip as they had to use it to stay alive here though. Shape-shifting sends it forward. Tempo looking for the goal here yet again, looks for that projectile but does not get it yet though. SMG here looking for the setup on the back end.
I mean, FF is just trying to claw their way through the defensive demon Spin right now, backed up with Spring, but they just can't slot it in.
Exactly, and just such a brawl happening here in between Return to Brazil and Tempo. Which one will come out on top? SMG though, supported by the big finish of the enemy team, sends the call forward. Return to Brazil still stagger on the back and gets shot out by the piercing shot. Here comes the Astro projection. There comes the secondary shape-shifting with core flip. There comes the stun. Oh my god, Tempo!
What a crazy setup! With the strike as well at the end. I mean, really well played. Well deserved MVP.
Holy Tempo. Oh my word. And they pick
Oh
up the perfect
no!
bomb as well.
Oh no! What do you do? What do you do? But there's a spark.
Yep,
There's a spark. Third spark.
There
for
is
Finn.
indeed. There is indeed. And Spring is gonna triple spark here. Oh, agility. Interesting pick. I actually expected the focus here from that Finny, considering the fact that they might have wanted to play off that Monumentalist. But never mind. Picks up the extra speed here to potentially help with more defenses for Spinbinder.
Yeah, and then we also get Return to Brazil, finally getting some survivability. So that's going to be really, really good, especially for keeping the stacks on stacks. And yeah, it's
I mean, only for a while though, as Return to Brazil unfortunately loses out all their stagger already so low and might lose out that first life with that recovery drone already. Like, just not something that you want to see happen. Return to Brazil, like we said, loses out that first life already to the recovery drone. And for the rest set, Return is free game.
Yeah, and I mean, these perfect form Zen abilities are really proving to be a menace, especially with SMG's damage build backing it up.
Exactly, just all the extra damage coming from SMG, all that damage just coming out straight from Tempo themselves as they deny an AWP here, but it's SMG and shape-shifting to pick up the kill here on the bottom side against Return to Brazil, gets sent back to Brazil, a pass here onto the top end to shape-shifting, but he does not pass up though, never mind, he does, as Tempo picks up one barrier, looking for the second, here comes the core flip, does not pick up the second barrier though, I believe that might have been Ping that screwed her up there.
Yeah, you know, a bit of the sad boys emo coming straight after that.
Indeed, but Tempo! What a dash! Picks up the second barrier and the goal as well. Spinbinder finds themselves in a bind.
I mean, the ping doesn't matter. Tempo showing up and just locking in right now.
And like, if you're... Okay, here's the thing, right? Because this is a best of 3, even if you lose here, which I'm not saying they are, but even if you do, you gotta keep that good mental. You gotta keep that momentum constantly going, right? You can't let them build... You can't let the team of FF build momentum against you here, even if you lose this one map.
Yeah, absolutely agree. You got to be prepared for the next map, and the game ends.
Indeed, and oh my god, Tempo picks up another kill here on the top end. They gotta find a response to this if they want to keep themselves in and find themselves a spot here for that tournament. SMG with a piercing shot picks up one piercer straight through. Oh no! What an angle! Spinbinder's core flip finds his own barrier. Core flip here out of Tempo. Unfortunately, doesn't find it through though. Finds the goal though. It's Tempo.
And it's really not looking good for TC. Tempo really is on fire right now.
Like, it's just so hard to answer against that Zentaro with the perfect form. Like, what do you even do in this case, right? And I just realized Spinbinder's build is like absolutely messed up right now. It's just kind of like doesn't go anywhere, you know what I mean? Doesn't really specialize into anything. Tempo here, they're putting out all the damage onto Return to Brazil as SMG supports them here. Picks up another kill yet again. Tempo on the board. Walking forward here is shape-shifting with the Astro Projection, with that core flip. Does not pick it up though. It's Spring Maestro. Never mind. SMG with the defense on the back end. Tempo stuns out the goalie here. Looks for the second stun, but does not find the goal just yet. Sends it up to shape-shifting. It's the big finish to send it back forward though. Shape-shifting loses a 1v1 against his own secondary. SMG here though, unfortunately wasting out the core flip, almost losing out the goal barrier. Is shape-shifting as Spring Maestro walks up with his own core flip, pops that core flip, picks up the goal barrier as well. Return to Brazil here, looking for one, looking for two, looking for the goal. Does not find it just yet though. It's shape-shifting on that defense. Core flip here coming out from Tempo. Tempo sends it forward, got an angle, almost gets it in, but not yet though. It's SMG here, tries to find it. Here comes the Rose Warp, almost comes the piercing shot. There it is, but does not find it just yet though. It's Tempo down to SMG. SMG down to the bottom. Spinbinder here with a core flip. Shape-shifting on the core flip on the back end here. Looking to pick it up. It's the piercing shot. Spring Maestro avoids that damage though. SMG sends it forward here. Picks up the kill as SMG with that Rose Warp. SMG return to Brazil. SMG tries to send it through, but oh my god. Shape-shifting almost loses it out. SMG with a piercing shot. Tempo Madland picks up the goal.
Oh my, what a long point. I
Holy loco, what was that?
That edged us for the last point. Oh wow.
They did indeed. That was such a long point. Oh my god. Absolute cinema, dude. Absolutely amazing plays here from both of those teams. I get that Tempo and SMG were on a tear here in this game, but holy amazing defense coming up from Spinbinder as well.
Yeah, I mean, really well played from both teams. And look at the damage on SMG and Tempo. Yuck.
51k damage and 12k O's. Holy, you gotta look to respond to that here coming into the second map.
Yeah, you can't let them get away with that. I mean, that was really unfortunate with, you know, the set where Tempo Melon gets MVP. Perfect form is also there. But, you know, game's a game. It's gonna happen, you know?
Exactly. It's just so tough to answer against that Zentaro that already has that that super surge, that Kokai Cola, as Asia likes to say, and you know, has that perfect form. Just so much damage, so many cooldowns here. Just how do you respond to that? That Zentaro off tempo just tearing this team apart. Turkine's cat just like I said, they just cannot find a way to respond against that Zentaro.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's valid. Like, the only thing you can do against that Zentaro build is what, CD dump, but I'm pretty sure Tempo Melon had
I mean,
Stagger
Tempo just has
Swagger.
more CD dump. That's the thing, though. And yeah, like you said, she has that Stagger Swagger as well, which just makes it so tough for them to even kill her off. You know, like it doesn't matter that they have the Finny, it doesn't matter that they have the Drekard damage. Tempo's just gonna keep healing up and keep, you know, keeping themselves alive with all the dashes, with that ultimate. You just cannot find a way to shut down that Zentaro.
Yeah, absolutely agree. But you know, if even with them losing that map, you know, you got to jump into the next map. Last game did not happen. This is fresh new game. We're locking in.
You gotta keep that mental in check coming into the second map here of Atlas's lab. So much more damage going to be sent out by that Atlas orb in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Got to really take advantage of that, and I'm going to be interested what the starting awakenings and the bans will be on this one. And I'm excited, man.
Yeah, we'll have to see what these teams decide to bring here over onto Atlas's lab. And if you're Turkine's Cats in this case, like, you have to figure out, how do you respond to Tempo's ability to pick up all those kills, right? Because again, Tempo really is on a tear here, just constantly ripping this team of Turkine's Cats apart. What does it matter even if you have the better ping? What does it matter if you can control the core better if you're just dead, right? It's just such a tough position to find yourself in.
Yeah, absolutely agree. You know, might have to bring out the Atlas Plus now, plus ban base, just to survive that.
Just to survive that, indeed. But yeah, again, like, you have to find that answer to Tempo. You know, maybe ban out the Zentaro if we get another disgusting awakening open. But like, even if you ban out the Zentaro, right, we'll have to see what Tempo decides to bring here to either potentially put out more damage there because of that ping disadvantage that she is on, or look to help SMG here with more goals.
Yeah, and here we see the awakenings coming out. We got Recovery Drone, which is going to help that survivability, and Spark of Focus, and we get TC opting for the Ruin ban, which is the same ban as the last game.
I believe so. Yeah, indeed. And we have a Spark Awakening as well. And we honestly, like, it's kind of thematical. You know, we got Recovery Drone on Atlas's lab. You know, Atlas's ability. You know. A little bit of play there happening with the reses going on here. It's the Estelle though being picked up here by Turkine's Cat, denying SMG that pick off the Estelle. Maybe we get to see the Kaido here. Never mind, it's the Zentaro immediately picked up again by Forgefire.
Yeah, I mean, they instantly selected Atlas and Zen. Like, instantly selected it, so they were ready for that.
Immediately pick that right off the board, and we'll have to see what they do about SMG's pick here, right? Like, it's going to be interesting to see. And we actually got an Asher, and keeping onto that stock of the Marco as well. It's a now, actually. SMG
double
should play onto that now. We got a double healer comp.
I called it, right? On the wrong team, but I called it.
On the wrong team, though. You're right, exactly. It's on the wrong team, but they definitely have a double healer comp coming in here to Atlas's lab.
Yeah, totally agree. Something I do want to point out last game is Spinbinder, like, didn't really have the best Marco build to really take on the perfect form Zen. So hopefully Spinbinder will be getting a better Marco build, better awakenings, and
exactly.
should be a lot easier.
Yeah, I believe a lot of that was just being constantly denied by the enemy team that Spinbinder didn't get to peek in his own build as well. But if Spinbinder gets to pop off here, again, like I said earlier, Spinbinder's ability to not just sit back with that Marco buff, but also be able to walk up and assert pressure on a goalie, on a melee goalie of all things, without the ability to walk back is so strong. As long as Spinbinder does not misplay here and step out of a safe zone, right? And constantly ensure that they are in a location where they can still save their goals, still save their barriers, and keep all of them up, then it's just gonna be so tough for Forge Fury to answer back if they cannot pick up any of the kills.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think Strike Shot really helps with pushing up as well, especially since you're on that melee goalie. Strike Shot can help you recover the core if it gets past you. And we're jumping in now. Let's get it.
Exactly. Spinbinder yet again on that Marco with Spring this time on the Estelle. Hopefully the Estelle pick will balance it out and change up the gameplay enough for them to be able to pick up this map. But we will have to see Forge Fury against Turkine's Cat here on Atlas's Lab.
Yep, and we have a full spark of focus on the side of FF. That is something I've never seen before, a full team taking spark.
Now, they just really want to ensure that they get that spark. You know, Shapeshifting unfortunately losing out the first barrier here though as Return to Brazil picks it up. SMG looking to win out the 1v1 against Return to Brazil, but Spring Maestro with the support on the bottom looks so low though. It's Tempo that puts out all that damage. And again, it seems like the team of Forge Fury is going with the same strat here of just letting Tempo pick up all these kills, letting Tempo pick up all the damage here, right? So how do you respond to that here on the side of Turkine's Cats?
No, just deny the core control and beat them in core control, but
yeah, I mean, beat them in core control. They don't though. It's SMG and Tempo to pick up the first goal of the map.
Yeah, really well played, and nice chemistry I'm seeing on the side of FF. Really well played from them.
Exactly, indeed. And wow, Spring actually picking up the first goal here already. But even though they picked up the goals earlier, they could not convert. But they do need to convert. Caster's Curse though. Return to Brazil sends it straight through SMG. Cannot win that 1v1 against the Asher.
Yeah, instantly answering back, getting a goal. And, you know, that size might be a little bit troublesome for the side of FF to deal with.
I like to believe that like all the players are constantly like listening in on the casters, you know, just choosing to like hit that casters curse instantaneously, you know, like none of our calls ever go through. But anyways, Return to Brazil here on the top side to try and win out that 1v1 against SMG. Spinbinder unfortunately not having the out just yet though. It's my god, Spring losing their life to Tempo yet again. Tempo keep picking up these kills and picks up the goal, the orb as well, denying that orb from the defense here. It's Return to Brazil with a core flip, but SMG has their core flip as well. Spinbinder here almost picking up their core flip as well. It's SMG pops their own core flip, looks for the goal barrier, but not yet though. It's Tempo on the forward end.
Yeah, really nice second goalie defense coming out from TC. Really nice support holding on in that 2v3.
Exactly. SMG winning out the 1v1 here against Return to Brazil as Spinbinder looks to build up their core flip for the defense. Spring Maestro, unfortunately, so low already. Almost loses the life to Spring, to SMG, but it's Tempo to pick it up though. Spinbinder still has that core flip. Shapeshifting does have to be careful here. Here comes the core flip. Never mind, it does not get hot as Shapeshifting sends it down towards Spinbinder. Tries to win the 1v1, but SMG to pick it up on the top end.
Yeah, and we still have a flip on Tempo Melon and Spinbinder. Got to be seeing what's happening with those. Tempo Melon getting a little bit damaged, so got to watch out.
Exactly, but healed off by SMG already. Tempo gets to play her game. There comes the core flip. There comes the second one. Shape-shifting in the wrong spot. You don't want to be walking up that far when the enemy team has a core flip.
Yeah, and I mean, really well played from Spinbinder to just find that gap, get that goal, and now 2-1 advantage in the first set.
Exactly, and honestly, I noticed something, but it's the fact that, if Return to Brazil constantly is forced on that defense there, he doesn't get to play his job as the shovel. He doesn't get to play his job as the main scorer here of this team. Who does get to play their job though? It's Tempo as she bullies Spinbinder.
Yeah, getting one of the barriers, getting the second barrier as well.
SMG tries to dribble it past Return to Brazil, but does not get it through just yet though. Tempo in a 1v1 against Spinbinder, just constantly trading stagger here. Return with that core flip here on the top end, gonna look to use it soon, but no, Spring Maestro with that ultimate, sends it up to Return to Brazil, and Return to Brazil sends it through. Return to Brazil returns yet again to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and returns to the MVP. There we go. Get that in. And I really want to point out that Spring followed up instantly with like a Estelle primary going down onto shapeshifting and shapeshifting evading that. So really well played from both players. But
Exactly.
jumping into the
Just-
draft.
Yeah, and here's, I like to point out this problem, right? It's the fact that, yes, Tempo is still doing her job in absolutely demolishing the enemy team in terms of damage, right? But now SMG can't help with that. They do not have that Estelle anymore. They do not have a midfielder that is capable of outputting that damage together with Tempo. So how do you find the ability to, like, how do you respond to that, right? Like, you don't have that extra damage anymore. Tempo's gonna find it so much harder here to pick up kills now against Spinbinder, against Return to Brazil, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they're opting for more of a keep Tempo alive and just let them cook, you know?
Definitely, but keep Tempo alive, they don't do though. Unfortunately, the Atlas out coming out here a little bit too late. SMG looks to midfield and distract them here on the middle, but returns to the goalie position as shapeshifting on the back end somehow wins out a 2v2 against Return to Brazil and Spring Maestro.
Yeah, really well played from FF to win that 2v3 situation, and
Oh,
it's done!
a piercing shot from Spring Maestro to send it right in. Shapeshifting cannot save that one. An easy goal for Return to Brazil.
Yeah, and it's looking like a complete different game on this map, you know?
Exactly, it is indeed. Not only that, but I believe it's also because of the difference in picks as well. We say that though, as SMG picks up 2 goal barriers already, tries to push forward here to look for the goal, but it's Spring Maestro to pick up the second barrier here of the red team. Tempo trying to set the tempo here on the forward end. Shape-shifting sends it topside, but SMG looks so low already against Return to Brazil. Return to Brazil looks even lower though. It's Tempo to pick up the call flip here on the, to cancel out the call flip from Spinbind. Looks for the kill on Return to Brazil, does not find it yet though. Return looking for that orb.
Yeah, and I mean, the side of FF can't even get rid of the recovery drones, you know? They were doing so well KOing in the last game, and they can't even break the rec drones in this one.
Exactly, and that's just an issue that you have having SMG on a midfielder that is not capable of outputting that same amount of damage that they were able to do on that Estelle, right? Like with the Estelle being cancelled down, it's Return to Brazil that picks up more kills though. Here comes the piercing shot from Spring Maestro onto the top side of Tempo. Melon shape-shifting with a call flip of their own sends it down. Astro projection, sorry no. Divine intervention here to try and heal out Tempo. Melon shape-shifting reads it wrong. Return to Brazil sends it right under.
Yeah, and TNC is looking very strong right now, and that size on Spinbinder, that Marco size, is making it really difficult for Tempo Melon to actually get most of these barriers.
Exactly, and like it's so hard to find yourself in this position now on the side of Forge Fury, right? Because yes, they did win that first game. Yes, they were so strong there. But again, like I said, the fact that they had so much more damage was the reason Tempo was so enabled in that game. Tempo here, they're looking for out on the forward and to put out more damage. But see, they just keep getting denied because they don't have enough damage to even cancel out, like you said, these recovery drones.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really not working out for them. But Tempo Melon does have Flip, gonna be potentially getting a barrier with that one.
Looking for that flip to clear it out for their team, though. Spinbinder here walks forward, puts out a lot more damage onto the enemy team here, onto Tempo, onto SMG. It's Spring Maestro with a piercing shot to put out even more damage, though. Looks for the ultimate here, but almost loses their life to Tempo. Tempo somehow not being able to pick up the kill as Spring Maestro avoids all of that damage.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice evade
Return to
from
Brazil
Spring.
fighting back here on the defense side. Tempo Melon so low. Looks for the barrier though. Almost loses their life to that piercing shot, but it does not pierce through. Here comes the call flip on the bottom side from SMG. Shapeshifting on the back end to send it forward. Sends it up to Shapeshifting. Shapeshifting does not catch it though. And Return to Brazil to finally pick up that kill onto Tempo.
And I mean, it's so difficult to survive while shoving on that Zentaro pick. Because I mean, you got Asher coming back, Marco. So much damage.
Exactly, and like unfortunately, Shapeshifting just ran out of abilities there and just loses out the 1v1. And at this point, you have to think on the side of Forge Fury, right? Like last game was so close, but it was so close on the side of Forge Fury, even with them winning. It was a close game, yes, but at the same time, Forge Fury was destroying them. This has been an absolute one-way storm so far. How are you gonna respond, Forge Fury?
Yeah, and I mean, Shapeshifting opting for the extra special over the triple spark and giving the spark to SMG instead. More survivability on the side of TC, which is going to make it extremely difficult now.
Exactly. Tempo doesn't get to do what she wants anymore. Gets absolutely denied. And like again, even with that Asher build, Return to Brazil just so much more tankier now, right? Shapeshifting here, sends it to the bottom. That Divine Intervention unfortunately does not ring true to Tempo. Tempo tries picking out a kill here on the top side against Return to Brazil, but it's Spring Maestro to pick up the second one here. They're forced to evade as the ultimate comes through from Spinbinder though. Spinbinder down to Spring Maestro up to Return to Brazil. Return to Brazil looks for the 1v1 and wins it through. SMG cannot do anything about that one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on the side of FF, you've got to win this next draft, and then you get that spark of power or perfect form or something that can really push the scales in your favor.
Exactly. Like they either pray here to RNGesus here to save them with an amazing awakening pool that, you know, just like absolutely turns the tides here. Or at this point, frankly speaking, just start thinking about what you're gonna do the next round, because oh my god, this Stomp is disgusting. They are literally just getting absolutely demolished right now. Never mind though, as I say that, they finally find the first kill on to Return to Brazil. That recovery drone though comes through, and Return to Brazil being allowed to play their life for just a little while longer. Spring Maestro looks really, really low here on the mid side though.
Yeah, got 2 flips coming out from the side of FF. Almost 3, one coming out on Shapeshifting soon
Spring
as
already
well.
looking so low. Oh my god. SMG tries to pick up the kill but does not ring through. Its Tempo though with that support to finish off that kill. SMG on the top end here, picking up the first barrier, looking for that second one though. Tempo trying her best to pick up this gold barrier, but misses out on the strike. Somehow the second strike rings true though, picks up that second barrier. Shapeshifting sends it to the front side, but almost loses out on his own gold barrier. Here comes the Estelle out, does not pick it up yet though. Spinbinder here with that Marco secondary, and Forge Fury just cannot find it just yet.
Yeah, and you know, FF is really improving. They already removed the Wreck Drone on Return to Brazil, got a KO on Spring. You know, it might be a turnaround, a potential turnaround.
It might be, but it's so tough though. This is just such a long hill for them to climb. They do bully out Return to Brazil here, but with a lack of abilities now, what can they do? Both core flips come out, one from Return to Brazil, the other from Shapeshifting. Tempo tries to find the goal here. It's SMG to pick up the kill here on the top end though. Spring Maestro to return and answer back with that goal barrier. Spinbinder tries to send it forward. The Zen ultimate unfortunately sends it into his own goalie. Spring Maestro here on the back end with that defense. It's 1 core flip, 2 core flip, tries to go for the demon angle but misses it though. Shapeshifting here wins out that 1v1.
Yeah, and
oh my god, the piercing shot pierces through.
I mean, every time an Estelle is picked, Estelle's just hitting some crazy snipes right now, and I mean, that really ruined the momentum that FF was building.
It really did. And
never mind!
Somehow they pick up the kill with the core. It's the Atlas bubble in the middle that deals all that damage though. Unfortunately, Shapeshifting loses out on both his goal barriers. Here comes the Marco buff for Spring Maestro. Spring Maestro tries to win out the 1v2, does not win it out just yet though. It's Tempo to pick up 1, Tempo to pick up 2, Tempo looking for the third though. Shapeshifting sends it topside here, but it's Return to Brazil back on the board already with that ultimate. All the damage coming in here onto SMG.
Yeah, and it's looking so heavily favored for TC in this final point. Potential final point. They want to close it out and jump to the third map.
Exactly, they really, really do. They just want to end this out fast, not allow this team to reset mentally, you know, not allow this team to come back, what's it called, with all of that, to rebuild that momentum. They do pick up a kill here on the bottom end against Tempo Melon, as she doesn't get to set the tempo. It's Spring though to pick up the final goal barrier and send us to map 3. What a stomp, Loco. What a stomp.
What a dominating performance. And also Return to Brazil just kept contesting SMG in the midfield. And what is it now meant to do against an Asher? Like, exactly. That's completely unbeatable. Like,
exactly. It's just an unwinnable situation every single time. Like, you just can't do anything against that. And again, like we brought up the fact that SMG is no longer on a pick that is capable of helping Tempo with their kills. Hopefully SMG sees that and decides to go for something like a Kai. Maybe they get picked here again and they try and steal back that Estelle, but it's such a tough position to find yourselves in here. as Forge Fury.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see the Kai, but we have a crazy KO map coming up. Clarion
do
Test
indeed.
Chamber.
We
And-
do indeed, with all the different quirks here on Clarion Test Chamber, all favoring KOs. Hopefully, Forge Fury gets to find themselves a place here in the open qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this from the last 2 games we just casted, I would favor Forge Fury a bit more on this map since they did really, really well with the KOs so far.
Definitely, they definitely did. But like, again, you know, like, what if they just deny SMG here? What if SMG just doesn't get any of those damaging picks on that midfield here? Doesn't get the ability to help Tempo with all her kills? What do you do then?
Yeah, that's something really good to point out, especially since SMG is kind of the backbone with like not having the craziest ping disadvantage, really keeping that core control. In Night Market, they were the only one to reach 300 plus redirects. So you know,
Exactly, and like, not only that, but like, you have to remember as well, like, I don't know if you noticed the big difference in between both of the goalies here, but it's the fact that Spin Binder is a lot more aggressive than Shapeshifting. Unfortunately, Shapeshifting on that Atlas just cannot walk up as much, just cannot put out all that offensive pressure for their team here. So definitely, the side of Turkine's Cats here is a lot stronger going into the core control meta here. Or like a lot stronger going into playing core control against this team, right?
yeah. Do you see
Yeah.
that awakening?
I see the awakening prize fighter. Oh my word. I mean, how does FF choose to respond here, right? They go back with another IME ban, definitely a targeter ban here, I believe, as we've seen it a couple times already. TC here though, like, they can still respond. They can still deny away that Zentaro if SMG chooses to pick the Estelle. Or, you know, pick the Estelle if they decide to pick the Zentaro. What do you do in that case? SMG yet again picks up that Estelle. But how does TC respond?
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the picks. Might be another Marco size coming out. The size on Marco did really well. You know, the secondary just cutting off so much of the field, allowing Spin to push up.
Exactly. Just such a tough position to find yourself in. Oh, TC actually opts for the Finny again. The Finny coming back. I mean, the Finny didn't get a lot of impact last game. A little bit here with the big finish here and there. But overall, really struggled against SMG's midfielder here. Spring might struggle against SMG again, but we will have to see. They choose to pick up the Juliet here, though, to look for all those skills combined together with that Finny damage.
Is that an Asher goalie or is that an Asher shover?
I believe it might be an Asher shover that might be Tempo on the Asher to potentially look for more shoving plays here.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Also, good survivability with the secondary defense.
So not even gonna lie, the last 10 seconds, every single word that came out of my mouth was like on full autopilot, dude. Like, you know, shoving Asher for the shover, you know, like, wow. Beautiful wordplay here coming out from Xylofer, amazing. Anyways, they pick up the Atlas here on the side of TC, finally being swapped over onto the other end. But surprisingly, I believe it's actually an Asher goalie here.
Yeah, Asher goalie is like one of the really strong goalies on this map, especially since it's such close quarters. You can push up since most of the map's split into 2 lanes, and really strong goalie pick on this map.
Yeah, exactly. Really strong. And if anything, not only that, right, but notice the fact that TC are now forced to pick that Atlas goalie. Yes, they got more heals. Yes, they got more reses coming up. But how do you respond to the fact that you can no longer walk up aggressively anymore?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more risky to push up. You might be able to push up with strike shot and primary range, but that's about it.
Exactly. We talk about Spin Binder's ability to constantly walk up here and take more map pressure for his team, right? But it's just so tough now on a pick like Atlas.
Yeah, can completely agree with you there. And I'm going to be interested to see how Shapeshifting does on the Asher pick, especially with the ping. And we are jumping in, and everyone but the goalies taking prize fighter. Wow.
Well, we got a brawl on our hands, loco. SMG back on the Estelle pick that they were sniping through with all of last game. Return to Brazil, back on the Juliet, something that we haven't seen in a while. Something that I was looking forward to see actually. Looks for the kill here on the bottom and against Tempo Melon, but does not find it out just yet though. Shape-shifting, unfortunately using out all the abilities here, loses out one barrier. Losing out the second though is SMG. Spring Maestro strikes it through. Return to Brazil so low already. There comes the prize fighter, all that damage, no shape-shifting. Walks up for some damage, but loses out on the goal.
Yeah, getting a little bit greedy with the orb denial and the damage. But, you know, the Bouncy Castle map isn't real, so, you know, it's fine.
Indeed, it's not. Anyways, now going on to here on the second part of Clarion's Cop Test Chamber. SMG on the top end and Tempo looking so low again. Spinbinder looking to cancel out the orb away, but unfortunately losing out a barrier of their own. Will it be good enough to Spring Maestro here looking for the kill? Puts the big finish onto the orb as Tempo is forced to play in a position that they don't want to find themselves in. Shape-shifting here though, coming to the rescue of Tempo.
Yeah, and the first team that's gonna get that prize fighter proc, it's going to be crazy value and a denial on the other team as well, lowering the prize fighter.
Exactly, indeed. And like not only that, right, but just look at all the damage that they can get out of this, all that raw damage that they just get out of that prize fighter. Denying this is really gonna be such a big part. No spin binder! Somehow what was that?
The angle of demons! But the goalies are scoring.
Blunder on the side of Spinbinder, misses out the strike shot and the core goes in. Spring already losing out a little bit of health here on the front end. Return to Brazil looking for the dash punch. Does not find it yet, but SMG to send it forward down over to Tempo.
Yeah, and, you know, once again, both goalies scoring and no KOs have happened yet. You know, they're really waiting. They're trying to get that KO.
Exactly. Like, not only that, but like, you can notice how aware both teams are here of the KO. They realize this is this game's win con, right? Okay, with Prize Fighter on the board, they cannot give it to that Juliet. They cannot give it to that Zentaro. What do? They just have to constantly play on edge, play in positions where they are forced to, what's it called? They don't get so much value out of their positioning, but at the same time, right, they look to not die. The first one to die though here is Tempo Melon. Not what you want to see on the side here of Forge Fury as returned to Brazil here on the forward side. Unfortunately staggered, but picks up the second goal barrier here. Here comes the Flaming Fury. Return to Brazil looking for a dash punch potentially, but Tempo Melon strikes back and it's Spring Maestro to pick up the 1v1 against shifting.
Yep, and there is that complete momentum switch after the KO happened. The only positive you can take from that is that it didn't go to the Juliet. That's the only positive.
That is true indeed. But now Spring Maestro with those debuffs are gonna be putting out so much more damage for his team here. Spring Maestro wins out the 1v1 against Tempo Melon. It's Spinbinder here on the back end. Unfortunately denied by the Atlas ball in the middle. Shape-shifting down to Tempo and Tempo looking for the barrier, but not just yet though. Spring to cancel it out.
Yeah, and the energy disadvantage is crazy on the side of FF compared to TC.
Exactly, and oh no, just as we say that, though, Spring loses out on more of their core flips. They're getting a little bit greedy there as they lose out the barrier as well. Tempo here looking to dribble on the front end as Return to Brazil loses out on so much health. SMG and Shape-shifting doing a lot of dribbling here on the back end to deny the ability to push here from the red team.
Yeah, and there's one stagger coming out. The ult not getting fully utilized, and there's a prize!
Shape-shifting here with the top side, tries to send it out to SMG, almost loses out to the Finny secondary, but it's SMG in position though. Tempo sends it down, but SMG does not pick it up just yet though. Shape-shifting down to SMG tries to send it up to Tempo does not find it yet though. Here comes the primary, sends it through the Finny, but not to the barrier though. Unfortunately, losing out on that core flip as well. Return to Brazil, not being able to find anything just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, we're back to 2 prize fighter on both teams. And we're going to be waiting for that 3rd edition.
Exactly. Not only 2 prize fighter on both teams, but Return to Brazil doesn't have one at all. And if anything, Tempo picks up 2. Tempo gets the 2nd prize fighter here as well. It's just such a tough position to find yourself in here. SMG looking for the damage out to Spinbinder. Spinbinder so low already. Return to Brazil forced to come back to help their team defend. It's Tempo and SMG on the offense here. Spring Maestro loses out the 1v1 and SMG shots ring true.
Yep, it's not looking good. You got 1 prize in total on the side of TC, and you got 3 prize in total on the side of FF.
It really is, and Return to Brazil gonna find such a hard time picking up that kill here with that Juliet, even with dash punches. Looking to get bullied out here is Spring Maestro on the top as the slice and dice comes in. Tempo Melon looking for that orb here on the middle. Here comes the buff. There goes all the damage. Spring Maestro being bullied out. Return to Brazil tries to look for a kill here on the top side. Here comes the Flaming Fury after that Fiery Fist, but does not catch it though. What they do catch though is that first goal barrier. Looking for the second is the Finny. Big finish, but not just yet though. Here comes the card, and it does not ring true as Return to Brazil fights back with the kill as well. Here comes the rest on the top end against Spring Maestro. Shape-shifting loses out the 1v1. Return to Brazil back on the board.
Yeah, and they did good to bring that back, even with the prize fighter disadvantage. Spring as your set MVP, and we get a bunch of sparks coming out, but we get the twin drive on Finny potentially.
Oh, no, they chose to go for the Among Titans instead, buffing Return to Brazil's ability to frag out even harder.
Yeah, definitely an interesting pick. We got even more size.
Even more size with that build different. I mean, at this point, they really gotta watch out for that Might of the Colossus. If Return to Brazil picks that up, it is over for you guys.
Yeah, especially with that one map that gives you that orb in the middle that makes you big, like, that's gonna be rough.
Exactly. Oh my god, imagine if he picks that up. He's gonna really destroy them, and destroy them he does, as down goes both barriers. Return to Brazil here looking for that goal as well. Spinbinder here walking forward with that Atlas secondary. Dribbles it against the Atlas secondary, but Tempo somehow steals away the orb, but the core is not on the offense for them though. As I say that, never mind, it's on the offense now. Spring Maestro tries to get it to Return to Brazil, but Return to Brazil is so low on the middle of the map here. Gets shot out by that piercing shot on the top side. Unfortunately, doesn't get a heal from that Atlas secondary. SMG and Shape-shifting somehow keeping the goal alive against Spring here. Spring sends it forward to Brazil. Brazil tries to send it down, but we have a little bit of a scuffle here on both sides as both teams are looking for the kill. Both teams are looking to not get screwed over by the bouncers, but it's Shape-shifting that loses out the 1v1. Spring Maestro, what a play.
Yeah, Spring just beating SMG in that strike war. But, you know, at the end of the day, I would give the advantage to TC on the Bouncy Castle map purely because of that NA ping. Going to be a little bit tough to deal with on that red core map.
Definitely, and we're back on the Atlas lab where we saw a lot of those dribbling techniques, dribbling strats coming through here, both from SMG and Shape-shifting. Unfortunately, Tempo being forced to use the core flip to keep herself alive, but almost loses her life out to 2 core flips on the top, loses her life out to Return to Brazil from the bottom though. Is a punch that rings true. SMG tries to snipe out Spring Maestro, but does not find the shot though. Shape-shifting with a core flip somehow sends it down with a secondary. Return to Brazil responds with a secondary of his own, but does not find anything just yet though. Finds the barrier actually. As I say, the SMG responds with a barrier of his own. It's Tempo though to pick up the second one here. On the top side is Spinbinder against Shape-shifting. Both goalies going against each other, and Return to Brazil loses out his midfield here on the back end. Tempo here on the defense now. 3v1, and Return cannot find a clear through that.
Yeah, and prize fighter completely equal, but
Tempo!
What a snipe!
What a snipe from Tempo. You should have seen that one coming. Return to Brazil does not read it along with Spinbinder, and Tempo picks up a free goal.
Yeah, I mean, that goal made me lose my voice a little bit, but we're back.
Did a little bit, but we are back indeed. That Juliet here just threatening the kills on the corner side here, threatening the goal barriers on the front side here. 1-2, looking for the third, and he gets it. Return to Brazil sends it through.
And they did the double ultimate combination on Shape-shifting. Like, Finny ult, Julio. What do you do there? What do you do?
Like there's nothing to do, man. Like, at all. Like, Spring Maestro here, losing a bit of health to Shape-shifting. Here comes the core flip already from Tempo. Looking for that kill, denies the orb actually. Denies the first res as well, as Return to Brazil loses their life, but gets rezzed out by that divine intervention. SMG here, looking to send the call forward, but not yet though. Unfortunately, losing out the goal barrier is Shape-shifting. No, Tempo sends the call back to Return to Brazil, and they pick up a goal barrier as well. Return to Brazil looking for the goal here, but it's Spring Maestro to pick it up, and the kill as well. Spring on the board.
And I mean, I think the momentum is just heavily in TC's favor, especially after that last game. They are doing phenomenal right now.
It was in the end, like it was so tough, right? Because Forge Fury was at an advantage here on that first set, and they just lost it. It was just such a bad fumble from Forge Fury, and after losing that, they've just been like on an absolute like tear down. Like, what do you do? How do you respond here to this team? Yes, you got the picks that you won, but now they're picking up the kills back on you guys. They're forcing you guys back. Return to Brazil, we know is a player that's really, really strong on that Juliet. We know his ability to pick up those kills. And I think the same goes with Forge Fury here. They are really respecting Return to Brazil, which is why they just cannot play the game that they want to play.
Yeah, and I mean, another size going on to Return to Brazil. That's another thing to push.
That's another one to fight against. It's going to be so tough, though no other power here going to Return to Brazil is the one and only thing that you might be thankful for. Never mind, though, Return to Brazil picks up more power as they pick up a second prize fighter stack here on the back end. Spinbind, the losing on 1 goal barrier, sends it out to Return to Spring, and they pick up a second barrier as well. Here comes the card, here comes the punch, and Spinbind, the loses out the second barrier, walks a little bit too far forward. Tempo looking for the kill here on the back end. SMG to send it forward through. No, it's the big finish to reply them though. Return to Brazil does not pick up the call here. Goes to the bottom. Somehow a roll swap sends it up to Return, but Return does not pick it up. Return looking for the kill. Here comes all that damage, and SMG so low already.
Yeah, and Return to Brazil's just fiending for that next KO, getting a potential max prize fighter.
God, and SMG forced to play all these 1v1s against Spring Maestro. Just such a tough position to find yourself in. Spring Maestro goes for the dash. Oh my god, no, never mind. It's Return that goes for the dash. Sends it through. Shape-shifting does not see that one coming from a mile away.
And that's the OT prize fighter red core just zooming across the screen of shape-shifting and...
Exactly, Return to Brazil is just so big now, so much damage, so much size. Like, what do you do against that? Here comes the big finish, sends it up to SMG, shape-shifting clears it out. Unfortunately, the secondary from the Atlas denies Tempo's ability to pick up a gold barrier here, though. It's Return that picks up one barrier, looking for the kill on SMG on the bottom. Does not pick it up just yet, though. SMG rings through on the top with that damage, but it does not find anything as well. If you're on the side of Forge Fury here, you really need a kill, and you cannot let that one through. Shape-shifting, losing both barriers already. We might be going to match point really soon here, though. Here's the call flip. Return to Brazil, so much damage. Spring Maestro buffing it all on with that Finny.
Yeah, and I mean, the side of TC is just looking better at KO, claw control, everything.
They are indeed, and oh my god, as we say that, the caster's curse. Tempo picks up a kill of her own, picks up 2 barriers. Here comes the primary from SMG. Tempo looking for the kill here, looking for the goal here, anything. But Return to Brazil walking up here gets denied. Here comes the heal, here comes the res from that recovery drone. Return to Brazil looking to use that call flip here, but no, it's the Atlas out here to try and keep Return to Brazil on the board. And never mind, gets denied out by Tempo. Tempo does not pick up the kill yet, though. Return to Brazil stays alive for just a little while longer. Cannot play on the edge, and there we go. He plays on the edge and loses his life for it as well. Shape-shifting up to SMG. Tempo Melon here on the forward side with that defense, but Spring can still try and make something happen here with the big finish potentially. Here comes the card, does not find it yet though. Spring down. Oh no, my god, what is that angle? Here comes the big finish, and there goes the Asher out. It does not ring true. Return to Brazil, dash punch. Here comes the ultimate. Tempo looking for the goal here in a 1v1 against Spinbind. It does not find it true though. There it is. There's the ultimate. There's the SMG, but no, they cannot find anything just yet though. Return to Brazil back on the offense here, back to Tempo Melon. They are looking so low here, and they're looking to pick up core flips here potentially. SMG to send it forward to Tempo. Tempo does not catch it yet. SMG wins our 1v1, but it's Return with the support on the bottom, and here comes the big finish. Does not find anything though. Tempo sends it forward, almost gets it in though. Here comes the dribble from Tempo, shape-shifting up to SMG to Tempo. SMG tries to win on the top side, but loses out to Spring Maestro. Sends it through though. It's Tempo wins it out. Finally on the board, they get a goal that is so important to them.
That was such a long point, but look at the prize fighter difference. I mean, 4 prize fighter against 1. Oh no.
Exactly. Like, what do you... Oh my... Like, now they have the prize fighter. Now they have what they need to fight back, though. As Tempo Melon looks to fight Return to Brazil here on the top side. Return to Brazil fighting back, though. All the damage here coming out here onto the red team. Tempo looks for the second barrier. Here goes 1 life from Return to Brazil. He loses 1, though. Spinbinder, unfortunately, losing out... Oh, never mind. Not losing out on the barrier just yet. Never mind. Losing out on the barrier as well. Shape-shifting, walking up with that call flip as well. Here comes the first call flip. Looking for the second anytime soon, though, is shape-shifting. Walls 1 kill, goes for the second kill here. Tempo on the top, shape-shifting. Oh my god, what an absolute destruction here from the side of Forge Fury. They are not letting you through, and they are in this fight.
we might be seeing a reverse sweep. It's 6 prize fighter to 0.
It is, but you have to remember, they can't just win this set, they have to win the next one as well, and they have to ensure that they get the good awakening picks here, that they do not mess up on that awakening phase here. Here comes the conflict from Shapeshifting to try and send it through. It's the ultimate though, SMG not there to support, but now he is here on the bottom, and Tempo looking for the kills. Tempo finally being able to play the game that they want to play, and there goes Return to Brazil. Spinbinder already so low, Spring Maestro low as well, passing through Shapeshifting, through SMG, down to Tempo. Here comes the double dash. Oh my god! Tempo!
What?
Holy
And where's the perfect form MVP?
Tempo.
Perfect form MVP?
Oh, perfect form MVP is all they need. Oh, they don't get it though. But 1-2 punch adrenaline rush on the board.
Yeah, even extra special if you want to go for those denies with the ult. And a deny from Finny as well, but opting for the 1-2
punch actually. Oh my god, Finny picking up the Deadeye here. We're gonna see so much damage. Actually, even more damage is the A rush here being picked up from SMG.
Yeah, and we get more ult damage coming out for Return to Brazil. Extra special going for Shapeshifting, which is really good. Timeless Creator, which is also really good on Spinbinder. But in the next set, if FF win this, Prize Fighter and Might of the Colossus will be in it. And that's going to be difficult.
Yeah, that's going to be so difficult, dude. Like, you have to deny that. You have to deny away from Return to Brazil as they're doing so much damage here on the top. And oh, Return to Brazil loses out the first life though. Here's the recovery drone to keep themselves alive though. SMG losing out the life to Spring Maestro here as the first prize fighter stack goes over to Spring Maestro. Tempo looking to fight back but does not find it just yet though. Return to Brazil looking for the kills, potentially no. Uses the dash rush to try and get it through, picks up the first barrier here. Looking for the second is the bottom side as Spinbinder hides in the shadows here. Spring Maestro with the big finish. Oh my god, almost rings true, but SMG with the support.
Yeah, and I mean that prize fighter difference is going to mean quite a bit. They're going to get that damage advantage, but Tempo is not slowing down, keeping up the tempo.
Oh, there comes the second kill already. Return just allowed to live for a second time. I believe it was the Atlas ultimate, but Tempo picks up 2 kills. Oh my god, Tempo looking for the barrier here now. Is Tempo on the front side, shapeshifting up to SMG. SMG down to Tempo, picks up the barrier. Tempo comes with a back pass. SMG is shapeshifting Tempo.
I mean, Tempo has just exploded right now. Like, what?
Holy, what a momentum shift, dude. Somehow on the back end, down 1 prize fighter, Tempo picks up 2 and is now on 3 prize fighters.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be so good for the mental as well.
Exactly, it is, but no, Return to Brazil almost picks up a kill here onto SMG. That bouncy can't still bouncing out a lot.
My Tempo!
1, 2, 3!
What are you doing? Cooking the field!
Holy Tempo!
Nah. It's a reverse. It's a reverse.
It might be a reverse sweep. Oh no. Tempo already doing so much damage on the Spring Maestro, and this is what I say, right? Like, Tempo being able to play her game, being able to play that damage game, being able to play the KO game here, just does so much better than Turkine's Cats here, even though Turkine's Cats has that Julie, has that Finny with all that damage, but it just does not matter as Tempo rings through with all the damage. It's shape-shifting here to pick up 2 as SMG takes up a defensive position here on the back end. Return to Brazil does not lose their life just yet though. Tempo here, SMG here looking for that kill though. It's the divine intervention, but no, it's actually SMG that loses out on his life though. Shape-shifting forced in a 1v2 here on the back end. Tempo tries to come back with the support, loses out. That's 1 core flip, that's 2 core flip, the big finish though. Tempo replies with another kill though. There goes Return to Brazil. SMG is back, shape-shifting, losing out the 1v1, but it's fine though. Tempo gets the call, walks the dog, and does not get it through, but Spring Maestro so low, picks up another kill. Is Tempo here, a double kill for Tempo. Return to Brazil is back on the board though, looking to help his team with that defense. Spinbinder in such a tough position to be in. Shape-shifting almost loses out the barrier, but a nice dash to pick it up. Tempo on the bottom end here, shape-shifting sends out an ultimate, and oh my god, somehow a primary from SMG picks up the kill on the goalie as well. SMG on the board with the prize fighters as well though, as Tempo looks out to dish more damage.
Yeah, and I mean, even with TNC holding on, they're giving the prize. They're giving more damage, and SMG building up the prize off that advantage.
Exactly, it is indeed, but never mind. Return to Brazil here, finding an answer of his own as he picks up the barrier and picking up the goal is Spring Maestro.
That's the turnaround that they've asked for, but you still have a heavy damage disadvantage.
Exactly, you still do have a really heavy disadvantage on damage here, and they just need to get these kills. If they can get these kills, if they can get all this damage in and just absolutely destroy this team in terms of like, what's it called? In terms of like the ability to live, and that's what I said. Tempo breaks through yet again. It's another kill from Tempo. SMG looking to support with that piercing shot. All the damage comes in. Here comes the core flip, puts a little bit more damage onto Return to Brazil. Return to Brazil forced to use their own core flip as well. No. Here comes the divine intervention, but SMG goes back to defend. Shape-shifting, walking up to put out even more damage. They're going for a KO build here. Shape-shifting, walking up with so much damage here for their team as Tempo picks up yet another kill. Send it on the bottom side here. SMG tries to pick up the goal barrier, but not just yet though. Here comes the core flip, sends it through. Tempo wins out the 1v1. Spinbinder here on the top side with a core flip, fortunately, to keep himself alive. Shape-shifting down to SMG. Tempo looking so low, looking to keep their life alive for one. No, it's SMG!
What? Wow. And here it is. Prize fighter Colossus. Stinger as well, I think.
Holy shit, dude. SMG flies in and picks up the goal.
Oh my, and return is last.
Over, dude. Perfect form is here.
And it's so bad because they don't even need to deny the Colossus because they're
exactly, they're not even gonna get it, man, because Shapeshifting is just gonna deny this away. Unless now they have to deny this. Oh,
no,
there's no way they give it. No. Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
I got scared.
I got a little bit scared.
we don't need that. We don't need that.
Yeah, we don't need that in a game like this, man. But holy, Tempo here absolutely hedging on the board right now with that perfect form, with that 1-2 punch. So much damage here for Tempo now.
Yep, and I mean, it's gonna be such a difficult hill to climb for TC.
Exactly, it is, and it's one that they're gonna have to climb fast as Tempo is already picking up the first barrier, looking for the kill here on the top side of Spring Maestro. Doesn't find it just yet, though. All the damage here coming out from the side of FF is just, what do you respond to that? The Atlas out is not enough.
Yeah, and I mean, even the 2 survivability awakenings they got might not be enough as well.
The thing is, like, you can see it in the gameplay as well. It's not like FF is disrespecting TC here. They are really respecting Return to Brazil's ability to frag. Like, you see SMG just what's it called, using all of his ELUs here constantly on Return to Brazil. Return to Brazil can't pick up a kill, but they do pick up the goal here though. We are like, they might have picked up this goal, but that does not mean they are at an advantage just yet though. Both of the forwards on both teams still have their prize fighter stacks.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really good point for the side of TC. That they really need to finish it fast.
Exactly, Tempo Melon picking up the orb on the middle. He gets damage. Oh, tries to kill out Return to Brazil. Return to Brazil loses out his first life though. Return to Brazil looking to lose out his second life as well. SMG on the top, unfortunately losing out on that 1v1. Loses out the core flip as well. Losing out the 1v1 to Spring Maestro. Spring Maestro dribbles absolutely around SMG. Here comes the core flip from Shapeshifting, sends it down to SMG. Loses out on one barrier. It's Spring Maestro to look for the second with that core flip. Does not find it yet though. It's Return to Brazil here with that defense, with that offense as well. Tempo back to fight against Spring Maestro. Spring Maestro looking so low. Tempo picks up another one. Spinbinder saves himself by the neck of his teeth as Tempo picks up that buff, picks up the kill, and Tempo still looking to do so much more damage. Tempo, yet another kill on the board. And that's what you want to find. Now the side of TC has 0 prize fighters. Not really what you want to see though. How are you going to respond to this, TC? One go barrier, 2 go barriers go down. Spinbinder, unfortunately losing it out. Oh my god, Tempo so low now. Return to Brazil almost getting the kill, but Shapeshifting to save out his teammate though. SMG here on the bottom, and Tempo picks up another buff on the middle yet again.
I mean, Tempo is just absolutely destroying right now. Never mind, Return to Brazil.
Tempo picks up a kill on return as well. Shapeshifting down to SMG. SMG up to the top side, but does not get it through yet though. Tempo holding on to that projectile, just uses it for damage though. Here comes the ultimate. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my, this is just max prize on both. It's 6-0. It's 6-0. Oh no.
Holy shit, dude. 6-0 is such a tough position to find yourself in here. Tempo gets to play her game, and what do you do against that? SMG with all that damage, Tempo with all that damage here. Return to Brazil almost dying out here as well. And like, how do you even respond to this? Forced to use out the first res already is Spinbinder as Return to Brazil loses out his first life already. That was fast. Here comes the conflict from Tempo, picks up the second barrier, looking for the goal as well. SMG sends it to Tempo. The big finish cannot find it through yet though. SMG almost has his conflict here on the top side. Here comes the piercing shot, shaping after SMG. SMG Return to Brazil looks to fight back though. Tempo almost loses his her life, but Return to Brazil gets bullied out by SMG. It's shape shifting with the 1v1.
That was a very awkward bounce and really unfortunate for Spin, but oh my god.
It was indeed, and if you're on the side of TC now, you have to avoid all this damage. You have to pick up the kills. If you cannot fight back in against all these prize fighters next, it is over. You guys are done. You don't get another choice, and Forge Fury gets to put themselves in the tournament and in the tournament coming up as well. Like, you need to respond to this fast and you need to find something to do, but they cannot find anything to do against this. Never mind, as I say that though, Return to Brazil rings true, gets one kill, gets one barrier as well. Both barriers down, they're looking for the goal, they're looking to end this out. Hopefully, scoring enough goals will be what they need here. It's Tempo to fight back though. Spring Maestro solo here on the front end already.
I mean, they're trying to deny that prize fighter on Tempo, not getting it yet. Tempo doing great.
Tempo just needs to stay alive, man. If Tempo stays alive here, that's all she needs to do. Like, even if they end up scoring a goal here, as long as Tempo keeps the prize fighter stacked, then it's all good though. Tempo dashes out of the Flaming Fury, shape-shifting here on the bottom side down to SMG. Tempo with an ultimate, but so much more damage onto them though. Tempo looks so low and it's an absolute brawl. Shape-shifting sends it forward. Return to Brazil down to shape-shifting. Shape-shifting wins out the 1v1 though. Shape-shifting onto the top side. SMG cannot clear it out yet though. It's Return to Brazil to pick it up.
Oh my, and this is set 5.5. What is this?
Holy shit, loco. Set 5.5, but still.
is up, everyone? We are back with our final best of 3 that we will be casting, and it's going to be DPP versus NJT. And these guys actually faced off last week where DPP won the interaction, so NJT got a little bit of a revenge arc. And I'm excited about this one, Xylophar. I'm excited.
Yeah, definitely indeed. We already actually got our maps picked as well. We'll be starting us off onto Atlas's lab and then onto Tycho on over to Night Market to finish us off here tonight.
And we have a prize fighter. Wait, we have the Dubu pick!
Oh,
the Dubu!
10 men on the Dubu!
I might stay awake. My eyes are opening. I'm not falling asleep, guys.
10 man gets to play the Dubu as they ban out that Juliet and DPP bans out that Octavia.
Yeah, interesting. But yeah, the fact that Dubu was first pick instantly, I'm really keen to see it.
It's just it's just Jesus Christ Dubu, pray to the Lord for he has descended upon us. You know what I mean?
Stop talking right now. I don't need to hear this, bro.
Nuru picks up the Zentaro goal yet again as Jamie opting to hop onto that Drekka because of the banned out Octavia. That might actually be a real hurt for them, considering we did talk about the fact that Jamie really was the core of this team, holding it together with all that defense, being able to constantly send core forward, being able to assist with all the goals, as well as being the defensive power needed for Nuru to step up.
Yeah, completely agree. And I mean, even with the Octavia gone, it's not the worst thing with the prize fighter start, because now you have a way more damage focused midfield character that you can go, and it looks like it's gonna be 6 prize fighters, honestly. And other than the goalie.
Maybe not, but yeah, who knows? Jamie might be choosing to pick up the rapid fire here to potentially win out more of those midfield 1v1s to ensure that 10 man does get that core. 10 man's dreams ring true on that Dubu forward to absolutely demolish the enemy team here. But we'll have to see, Loco. We will have to see as we load in here onto Atlas's lab.
Yep, I'm excited for this Dubu pick. I'm really excited. Did they change accounts? Why are they on easiest forward now?
Oh my god.
No, Tadman's not real. Not real, bro.
10 man, optionally just changing his account mid-tournament.
Not real. No,
I guess Jesus does not he does not descend onto us peasants anymore, man. He decided that we weren't worth it. We weren't worth the while, man.
Yeah, I won the game and dipped,
Won the game and dipped indeed. And now we got easiest forward here to step into the place of JC,
Yeah, gonna be interested to see how this goes.
The fact that I keep saying JC, he's just some dude,
yeah,
JC, my friend down the street, JC,
Yeah. That's like a nickname you'd give if you were best friends,
Exactly.
Yo, JC.
Why can't I say we're tight like that, Anyways, coming in here onto Atlas's lab, we got the Dubu, Drekka, and Zentaro from NJT against the Estelle Rasmus and Aimi on the side of DPP.
Yeah, and it is full rapid fire, full slick kicks, full eject, except for 360 pig shot going for prize.
Exactly. And oh my god, Jamie already here picking up 2 barriers here. It's 10 man to potentially try and look for the goal. Jamie wins out the 1v1 on the top side. 10 man with that log here coming in. Nuru doing so much damage onto Pickshot, being supported by 10 man with all the damage. So Pickshot being able to pick up that health up of Nuru.
Yeah, so far I'm seeing the Dubu pick do wonders right now. And really nice defense coming out for the side of NJT. Never mind, both barriers
say
down.
That though, oh no, Nuru! The own goals!
Oh,
that's what you want to see though. 360 pick shot manages to steal Jamie away from the location, which allowed, I believe, Novus it was to win out the 1v1 and send the call towards Nuru, where Nuru accidentally own goals there.
Yeah, going for a bit of like an angle where it would hit the corner, but instead being a little bit too late, sending it in the own goal. Really unfortunate. And now one barrier down for both teams.
And you have to wonder whether the loss of that Octavia really has been a problem here for the side of NJT, considering the fact that Jamie is no longer on a character that has the ability to just support so much more. As we say that though, Jamie does not get back in time as Pickshot picks up the second barrier and the goal from Nova's Delta down on the bottom side.
And I said it last game, but the Estelles have been so good in the stream matches, you know?
They definitely have been indeed. And oh my god, Nova's trying to look for the kill here, but does not get it. It's Jamie on the top side though to pick up a barrier, but lose their life in the process. As NJT here looking so in such a bad position as they lose out one barrier here, and there's a midfielder as well. Nuru looking to fight back against 360 Pickshot, does not get the kill though, but manages to save their goal barrier just in time. There comes the death touch. Here comes the core flip. Does not get it through though, as Wood clears it out.
Nice defense coming out from Wood. Nice before getting that KO as well, and they're holding on really well so far. Never mind, Caster's Curse.
Caster's Curse yet again. 360 Pickshot tries to use the middle orb to do damage over onto 10-man, but it does not come through though. 10-man almost picking up the self-dribble with that lock. Gets damaged though by Nova's Delta. As 10-man might lose their life. As we say that though, does lose their life. Nuru, unfortunately, own goals here, looking for the goal. Comes with the core flip, but does not get it through though. Jamie on the bottom side wins out the 1v1, but it is only so long until they score this goal. 10-man back on the board, but 360 Pickshot does have that core flip.
Yeah, and also has a prize stack, which we want to point out as well, because that's going to be really good for doing a little bit of extra damage in this final point for them. Potentially.
Exactly, 360 Pickshot with that core flip, but gets denied by Nuru. What a nice primary here from Nuru, but 360 Pickshot, what a play. Self-dribbles with the primary, sends it right under Nuru.
Yeah, and this double goalie lineup from Jamie and Nuru isn't as effective with, like, no Octavia speed backing it up. So might be Jamie opting for a speed build, potentially going for that Dash Awakening to make Dracar a little bit faster.
Hopefully indeed, but actually 10-man's hovering the Among Titans.
Oh,
This interesting. Definitely very interesting. As Jamie chooses to pick up the build different here, as 10-man picks up the Among Titans. That's double size for Jamie, hopefully allowing Jamie to win out all those 1v1s in the midfield against Pickshot. Pickshot does have a bit of size though to counteract against that with the recovery drone, keeping himself alive as well.
And I mean, Wood gets extra special aiming. That is disgusting.
That's gonna be so tough for them to go through here. Nuru here on the bottom side, unfortunately losing out on one barrier. It's Jamie on the midfield here though, even with that size, losing out the 1v1s, the strike wars, as Nuru second barrier drops, and so does the goal. Nova's Delta on the top side to pick up another goal.
And yeah, it's really not looking good. Oh, 10-man is celebrating, you know, getting into their heads.
Of course, you know, like, it's all about the mental, you know, like, it's a best of 3. You gotta get into their mental, so, you know, lose this one, win the other 2, you know, as 10-man picks up a kill already on the front side. Pickshot, though, to respond with a refrag here. 10-man looking to go for the goal here, sends it up back towards Nuru, does not pick up the core yet, though, wins out the 1v1. Wood almost losing out on her goal here, but no, it's Nuru on the backside here, managing to save out both of the goal barriers. 10-man here, looking for that, has the core flip, is Nuru, pops that core flip, tries to send it through, sends it through towards 10-man. 10-man does not pick up. Here's the slam though, picks it up. What is he doing? He's playing with them. He's playing with his food. 10-man absolutely just in the head of Wood here right now.
Yes, absolute menace on the core field.
Exactly, indeed. And Nuru loses out both barriers, almost losing out the goal as well. The primary, unfortunately, not ringing through. 10-man picks up one kill, almost loses life towards the middle. That speed on the Dubu seems to be doing wonders right now for 10-man. Jamie with that size as well, just being able to do so much on that midfield because of the fact that he's a lot bigger as well. Nuru tries to send it through Nova's Delta, but does not find a clear angle just yet. Nova's Delta strike pierces through though.
Really nice snipe. 10-man still dancing with the little hamster build, and it's not looking good for the side of NJT.
It's not indeed, like, and then like, how are you gonna respond now, right? Even though 10-man is allowed to play his Dubu forward is allowed to, you know, be that menace on the field that he so wants to be. He doesn't have that strong midfielder anymore, you know. I know. Just as I say that though, 10-man unfortunately loses out his life. Jamie goes for a shot here onto Wood to try and deny that offensive play from Wood. Wins out the 1v1, but no, it's Wood on the back end to manage to defend both of her goal barriers though. Jamie losing out the 1v1 here, 360 pick shot. Here comes Nuru though with that damage. Piercing shot almost rings true. Nova's Delta tries to send it through, but not yet though. Here's the call flip coming out from Nova's Delta. Denied by the... Never mind, not denied at all. It's Nova's to send it through Nuru.
Oh no, it's really looking like a sweep right now.
It is.
Unless we
like
see another reverse sweep, but...
Oh boy, I mean, that would be interesting to watch nonetheless. But yeah, these awakening picks just really not on the side of NJT right now.
Yeah, not looking good at all. And we get the A-Rush going down onto the Rasmus with Prize Fighter. We get Siege Machine onto Tanman, which is going to be interesting pick, more damage, more range. Chrono Boost going for the Zentaro, Super Surge on the Estelle, Prime Time, plus Rapid Fire on the Amy, and then more cooldowns and HP for Jamie.
Yeah, and honestly, it's gonna be so tough for Jamie to just like fight back now, you know, like Jamie hasn't been able to find that much value on this Drekka pick so far. Unlike what 10-man has been able to do, but here's the issue, right? Not being able to send the call forward to 10-man, not being able to constantly be on the offense here, just puts yourself at such a bad position to be, considering the fact that Nuru is on that Zentaro goalie. He loses out both barriers, unfortunately, to a really bad primary timing. Losing out his forward, though, is Nuru, as 10-man loses his life. Jamie here tries to keep it up, tries to keep on the offense potentially, but no, 360 pick shot receives the call, tries to go for the whiplash, not yet though. Here comes the piercing shot, here comes the ultimate from Novus. It's actually pick shot that sends it in though.
And yeah, it's just looking so difficult, especially with the lineup of Rasmus and Estelle, which is just, you always gotta watch out for a stun, you know?
At the very least, the mental seems pretty good here on the side of NJT, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, they don't seem to be bothered, you know, like, they plan to lose this round, you know, they'll win the next two, and they gotta set up a little bit of a story, right? Like, who's to win, like, if the story doesn't, like, go out well, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and they do still have a chance to promote, even if they lose this. So...
Exactly, yeah. Indeed. They would have to win 2 in a row, though. A really tough kill to climb, but a kill that NJT can most certainly climb. Indeed, it's Wood to send it up to 360 pick shot. 360 pick shot, looking for that whiplash, does not find it through, gets bullied out by Jamie, and 10-man looking for the kill, but does not find it out just yet, though. Nuru being absolutely demolished here on the front side, overwhelmed by the whole enemy team. It's Wood walking up with a call flip, sends it through, but it's Jamie on the top side here to win out the 1v1 against Nova's Delta. Jamie clears it out, but 360 pick shot picks up yet another kill. It's NJT down a player and down yet another goal. Match point already for DPP, and this is not looking good for NJT at all.
This is just brutal. You know, maybe NJT, like, you know, knows that we're staying up late and wants us to sleep, you know?
Maybe, you know, like, maybe they just, like, are looking to, like, not, like, you know, they'll win this game, they're confident, they'll lose this game, they're confident they'll win the next game, you know, and then maybe, like, bring the last one to a set 5, you know, just, like, absolutely torturing us right now. Anyways, Nuru here on the bottom side, losing out both of the barriers. Such a bad spot to find yourself here in as NJT. Nova's Delta here wins out the 1v1, sends it up to Wood, down over to Pick Shot. Pick Shot does not win the 1, though. It's fine, though. It's Nova's Delta on the bottom to pick up the final goal. What an absolute demolish game.
Yeah.
Like,
that
NJT didn't stand a chance, man. They did not stand a chance at all.
I was excited about the Doobie pick, but you know, the small hamster got put in the hamster wheel, and yeah.
Indeed, you know, like, was forced to run circles and circles until he was tired out, you know. Like, unfortunately, the Doobie just didn't get to find the
I mean, look at the stats.
Exactly.
Man getting the same amount of touches as Nuru Say. No. Oh no.
Yeah, definitely not something you want to see, but definitely a very I'm not even gonna lie, man. Like, that team composition is a very interesting one,
Demon.
to say the least.
Demon team.
A very, very interesting team composition, to say the least. Hopefully NJT finds a way to react and respond here, coming on to second map of Taiko Temple though. A map that, you know, they showed us their power on that Zentaro goalie with. Maybe it'll be able to ring through yet again, or maybe it won't. We know that DPP actually apparently won against them last week on Taiko Temple as well. It was a best of one, yes, but, you know, it's not looking good. It definitely is not looking good if you're on the side of NJT here.
Hey, you know, the Dubu forward pick is a lot better on Taiko Temple, I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
So,
That is true. That is true indeed. You know, like the Dubu just didn't manage to find so much value here. The Drekka of Jamie also didn't manage to find that much value here onto Atlas's lab. Amazing plays from Pickshot, amazing plays from Novus to absolutely shut down and not give any breathing room to NJT, not letting any of their mistakes fly for free. You know what I mean?
yeah, I think Tanman is swapping, you know, the phone line and calling up JC back.
Yeah, maybe JC will be coming in to save the day. Oh my god, man, this guy, dude, I swear.
It's like mixed personalities or something. I don't know what.
You know, like, yeah, easiest forward just couldn't win, man. Like, but now we got JC on the board. Maybe, just maybe.
With missile prop, come on. It's that time.
And JT already banning out Aimee, and again DPP just not letting the Octavia pick fly. They know how strong it is, they know how pivotal it is to this team's performance, and they will not let it go through. They do pick up the Mako though. It's NJT that picks that up, which is actually interesting. We haven't seen that from them. We haven't seen that from them just yet though. I believe that will be Nuru on that Mako goalie.
It's gonna be forward. It's let's be real. It's gonna
10-man forward.
It's gonna be a new
Maybe,
account for Tan Man, and it's gonna be Marco.
Bongo drummer here in the lobby with us,
Yeah.
potentially.
Oh my.
Anyways, DPP here picking up that Asher and the X as well. Interesting pick. Not something that we see a lot of, but we do know a lot of strong brawler players are capable of also playing that X in a way that it's just such a suffocating character to play against if played correctly, right? Like, what do you do as the goalie in this case? Because we know that X is just looking to sit on top of the Mako here most likely most of the game. And if that happens, then Nuru just cannot get all that the speed buffs out for his team, right? Like, it's just gonna be so tough.
Yeah,
No.
completely agree.
Uh-oh.
And
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Era X combo with the might.
We got an Era X with Might of the Colossus. This might either be the most 5-hit pick ever or the biggest throw of all time.
You know,
One or the other. No in between, I swear.
Oh, we got the real deal.
Oh, we got
time.
a real 10-man. Oh, we got a real 10-man this time. Oh,
I feel the ground shaking.
yeah,
I
do
feel
indeed, man. Like, like, what do we do in this case? Actually, they do actually decide. NJT picks up both Drekka and Estelle here. It's kind of interesting to see who they decide to put 10-man on. Honestly, at this point, I might believe the fact that Nuru might just be on something like an Estelle. And maybe, just maybe, 10-man is on that goddamn Mako.
I mean, only plays goalie shovers, I think. we're
Who
about
knows,
to
man?
see.
We're about to see what 10-man is cooking up here for us. The original 10-man here in the lobby. As we load into Taiko Temple.
How many accounts does this person have? That's what I want to know.
I'm starting to doubt that like these three aren't the only accounts that 10-man has, dude. That definitely has to be more. There's definitely more.
It's got to be in the triple digits. Like, come on.
Triple digits?
Yeah,
You
give or
might be
take.
pushing it a little bit far. I'm not gonna lie. But anyways, loading in here to Taiko Temple and JT looking for their revenge against DPP and looking to keep themselves here and in to find themselves in a spot in the EUSL as well.
And it is a somewhat normal pick from the Tan Man. Fair enough.
It is 10-man
take it.
actually on a Estelle, which is something I personally did not expect. I'm not even gonna lie.
Maybe it's a role swap? Draco
Maybe it is.
Shovel?
Maybe Jammy is the main scorer here now.
Yeah, potentially,
yeah.
potentially.
We will
Oh,
have
two
to
brawlers.
see in the... Oh my god. That's a triple might of the Colossus against a triple missile prop here. So much damage here already coming out from Pick Shot onto Jammy. Nuru, unfortunately, not being able to win out the... being able to win out the 1v1, but unfortunately losing out on one goal barrier already. Does not get the primary true. Who does get a primary true is Wood, as the bell ringer picks up a kill already on the top end here. Wood constantly with that X Maximus picks up the second barrier here. Looking for the drip on the bottom. Sends it up back towards Pick Shot over to Nelva's Delta on the back end potentially.
Zalfa.
Wait,
does something seem strange?
Wait, what am I looking at, dude? What is this? Nova's Delta is now playing the goalie role instead of Wood, and somehow Pick Shot picks up a slow call and is sent right through Nuru.
What am I witnessing? Please don't make a map 3, I need to sleep. Please.
Oh my god. Nova's Delta somehow on the goalie here instead. It's Pick Shot on the bottom with that core flip to look out to win out the 1v1 against the marker, but no, denied by Jammy actually as the Pick Shot losing all the HP already. Jammy and Nuru both looking to damage him out, but not just yet though, as Jammy tries to play out on the top in the 1v1 against Pick Shot here.
Yeah, Novus and Wood not doing too bad in the position swap or role swap, and you know, we'll see how
Definitely
it goes.
indeed. 10-man looking to set up the piercing shot here, but does not get it. Though what is gotten though is Jammy picking up the life off Pick Shot here on the bottom side. Nova's Delta, that era gonna be such in a bad position here to try and defend against this team of NJT. NJT sends it down to Jammy over up to 10-man. Here comes the core flip and sends it right through Pick Shot. Pick Shot did not pick that one up. A little bit of a bad mistiming here from Pick Shot allows 10-man to send it through.
Wow. I might have to grab my pillow. We might be getting a third map.
We might honestly be getting a third map. You might be right. Anyways, though, Wood and Pick Shot both here looking to clear out the core, but no, denied by the marker. It's Jammy here on the bottom to constantly keep those shotgun pellets up, constantly keep all the damage through. Nuru, unfortunately, losing out a goal barrier. And on the other end, though, is a life loss as Wood picks up a kill of her own. Double barrier here though for Jammy as Pick Shot almost loses his life here on the top side. Here comes the bell ringer, does not pick up anything just yet, but it's Pick Shot to slam it in. Does not pick up anything actually as Nuru wins out the 1v1 here.
Yeah, and I mean, Nuru's doing pretty good on this Marco pick right now, especially helping with
Definitely.
that Never Custom's Curse.
Like every time. And anyways, Pick Shot picks up the core flip here. Wood tries to get it over the Pick Shot. Pick Shot hits the core flip, but denied by the Marco out here. That's such an unfortunate thing to happen, especially with a core flip here. 10-man with a roll swap tries to deny it away from Wood, but no, Pick Shot wins out the 1v1.
And really, really nice 1v1 coming out from 360 Pick Shot, hitting the 360 on Nuru.
Was that 360? You know, he's doing a little bit of a spin.
Wordplay.
Yeah, wordplay. I got you. I see you. Anyways, Wood and 360 Pick Shot already starting out the offense strong. Never mind though, as I say that it's 10-man to pick up the first barrier of the round here. 360 Pick Shot looking for the goal, but what is found instead is the second barrier here by Jammy on the bottom end. That shotgun ringing through as Wood sends it up to 360 Pick Shot. 360 Pick Shot, nice ultimate to deny the clear away from Nuru. X Maximus as well. They get the double barrier here. Here comes out the ultimate from that Marco, but Wood has her core flip. 360 Pick Shot trying to send it forward. Wood with the core flip. Here comes the bull rush and Wood 1v2s. Jammy and Nuru gets it in.
Who would have thought Wood was good at forward? See what I did there?
Yeah, who would have thought? Yeah, I saw what you did there. But yeah, definitely. Even on this roll swap, both teams seem to be doing pretty well. But DPP already picking up the first set and already getting that that advantage on Awakening picks. What is Chrono Boost?
It's something. You know, it might be a deny away because X isn't gonna take it. Potentially. That's the only thing I can
Maybe. Definitely an interesting pick here. On the side of Pick Shot.
Dash range. Hitting slide.
Yeah, you're right. My bad, man. It is the dash range. It has to be, you know. No other reason why. Anyways, Nova's Delta buffing up Wood and Pick Shot here on the front end as Wood unfortunately loses out on all of her stagger here. Pick Shot somehow manages to pick up the bottom barrier here, tries to win out the 1v3 here, but not just yet though. It's Jammy onto the defense, but Jammy looking so low though. Tan-Man just can't get in there just yet though. Tan-Man trying to pick up the core, trying to clear it out, but not yet. And somehow Nova's Delta walks up with an Era beam, picking up the second goal barrier here though. Tan-Man and Jammy now on the offense, but denied by Wood's Bellringer here. Wood so low on the back end.
Yeah, and I mean, the dash range coming into clutch. Look at that!
Yep.
Dash and primary.
The dash range does come into clutch as Nova's Delta gets caged away and Wood gets pushed away as well. Here comes the Era Tornado, being able to save it out. Nova's probably would not have caught that without that though. 360 pick shot, picking up that core flip, looking to use it anytime here to score that goal.
Yeah, and we're just waiting for the goal to happen. Wood almost getting herself the core flip as well.
Exactly. Wood looking to pick up her core flip, and Nuru almost accidentally own goals there with a really unfortunate angle. Here comes the ultimate from Nova's Delta on the back end as well. Nova's Delta down to pick shot looking to send it up to Wood, but Wood does not receive it just yet though. Hawk goes back on the offense for the side of blue team. Wood almost picks up the goal here, but no, not yet. Nova's Delta hold strong, hold steady.
Yeah, and Wood is still waiting for that core flip, waiting to make a play.
Yeah, she just can't pick up the core here. She can't find their core flip. Nova's Delta finally sending up to Wood. Wood, unfortunately, that strike was just not enough yet though. Pick shot here. Tries to win out the 1v1 but loses to Jammy. Wood finally picks up that core flip. Here comes the core flip. Here comes the bull rush. Right through both of them. Jammy and Nuru cannot do much about that one.
Wow. And you know, Wood is just a menace right now. Absolute menace.
And it's just so hard for this team to win out their 1v1s, considering all of them have Might of the Colossus, you know, constantly being buffed up by that Era as well. Like, all that extra damage, all that, what's it called? You know, just more size in general to allow more ability to, to win out 1v1s, like strike wars, right? It's just so hard for them to do anything about it, right? Jammy here with that core flip tries to clear it out, but no, it's Nuru that loses the first barrier of the round. Unfortunately, it's Nova's Delta that loses the next two though. Down goes both barriers. Nova's Delta tries to go for an Elu to read Tan-Man, but does not read it through. Tan-Man with a Rose Swap sends the core right in.
Yeah, I think the one like main thing I would point out for NJT being an advantage is you're versing Era, so you don't need too much shoving power, and the Era doesn't have any crazy midfield support.
Exactly, and somehow that you know what? I'm gonna just like send that thought away. I was just gonna say something about the chrono boost being able to keep the buff a little bit longer for that secondary, but like I don't know what I'm saying with that honestly. You know, like what is this caster talking about? Like, does he even play the game? Anyways, 360 pick shot up to Nova's Delta as Tan-Man gets bullied away. Here comes the core flip from pick shot, picks up the second barrier already, and they try to send it through Bellringer from Wood, but does not find anything just yet. It's the piercing shot to send it in though. X Maximus is out here. Wood has her core flip, but does not even need it as pick shot sends it right in.
And it is not looking... It's looking like another 3-1 set. It's really not looking good.
It is not looking good indeed. It might honestly just be a 3-1 like you said, Loco. Tan-Man winning out a 1v1 here on the bottom. Needs to find that goal barrier. Does not find it though. Gets absolutely bullied. There comes the X Maximus as loses us his life there. Nova's Delta, the goalie, somehow on the offense. The dribbling and the map control held out by this whole team is absolutely amazing. Nova's Delta picking up a goal here. Tries to send for a back angle towards the Taiko drum, but does not find it. It's Wood that sends it through. 360 pick shot. Wins out a 1v1 though. Jammy in such a tough position.
And there's the chrono boost value.
Chrono boost value indeed. Yep. No, like, it's all in the chrono boost, man. I'm telling you.
No, at least the teams are having fun, you know.
That's true. That's true. You know, that is true. I actually, we can't really say that. We have no idea if they are. You know, they might just be absolutely molding in VC right now. But that's not for us to know. Anyways, build different here. Going over to that Asher off 360 pick shot. What are you gonna do? The X of Wood gets recovery drone as well. Might of the Colossus is about to go crazy.
Build diff and wreck. RGG. And more buffs with the rapid fire era.
Yeah, definitely indeed. And like we're seeing that era rapid fire already come into play along with the ultimate here from Wood. Wood going into the ultimate form here of Xmas as well. Nuru getting bullied out. There are 3 men defending and still losing the barrier somehow. Wood unfortunately losing out the first of her life here with that recovery drone, but stays alive because of that awakening though. 360 pick shot looking to win out the 1v1 here, but though it's 10 men that pierces through and rings through though. Picks up a barrier of his own.
Yeah, this is the Estelle Shover gameplay that we are seeing right now.
We are indeed, as Wood constantly ping-pongs against Jammy here on the bottom side. Nuru picks up his core flip on the backside as Wood picks up a kill of her own though on the bottom side. Nova's Delta tries to send the call out. Constantly being aware of the fact that Jammy is here though. Wood almost picks up the second barrier here of her own though, but it's pick shot on the top side with that ultimate. Does not find anything yet though, but it's Nova's Delta on the backside. Double core flip here, one from Wood, one from Nuru. Jammy here with the third core flip though, looking to use it anytime soon. There comes the core flip, there comes the shot, and there we go, rings through. Nova's Delta does not read that one right.
They're getting it. It's coming home. It's coming home. You know?
Here comes the comeback, right? Like here comes the reverse sweep. Am I right? Like,
yep.
It's gonna ring true. Anyways, Wood, as I say that though, Wood already picks up the first barrier. 360 pick shot here on the front side as well. Here comes the core flip, tries to send it through, but no, so many abilities, but nothing happening just yet though. It's Nova's Delta to run back here to potentially try to win out that 1v1, but loses it actually as 10 man looks for the kill on 360 pick shot, but not yet. 360 pick shot does walk back to defend the goal for a while, but Wood tries to pick up a kill of her own here on the bottom side against Jammy. Does not find it yet though. More buffs onto that Asher, more buffs onto that X, and NJT just cannot find a response here.
Yeah, I mean they're just there's the response.
There's the response, I guess. The caster's curse rings true as Wood unfortunately loses out the 1v1 against Jammy, which loses out the goal barrier of their own as well. If you're NJT here, this is so important okay, yeah. Important it is, and important they will win it through though. 10 men, what a shot.
I'm not waking up on time tomorrow. Jeez.
No, you are not.
I'm sleeping in.
Anyways, though, coming back on to kickoff here yet again. In from Wood down to 360 pick shot, and pick shot wins out the 1v1. 10 man here though, picking up the kill onto pick shot with that core flip. It's Wood on the front side trying to pick up a kill off her own to rebalance and equalize what has happened here. Piercing shot though rings true. Oh my god, Nova's Delta gets trapped by the Marco ultimate here on the back end, losing both barriers, almost losing the goal as well. It's Jammy onto the front here. 10 man and Jammy looking really low already. They might be looking to get the kills here. They might be looking to potentially convert off of all this damage that they have right now. One barrier goes down. Here comes the piercing shot along with that era V. Jammy with the shotgun. 10 man almost gets the goal, but not just yet though, as Pig Shot wins out the 1v1 on the top side against Jammy. Tries to go against Nuru, but Nuru evades it just in time though. Wood, that bell ringer is so painful and something you really don't want to go against here if you're Jammy. Jammy fortunately keeps his life and keeps the call in play here for his team though.
Yeah, I mean Jammy is doing really well to survive.
And 10 man! What a teleport! The Rose Walk projectile sends it in.
Oh, I was not expecting that. And there we go.
And
First
that's
set.
exactly what they needed. First set for NJT. And definitely interesting awakenings here. They really gotta deny that big fish, man. Among that's they do deny that big fish. Nuru with the big fish deny, but it might not be enough as the Among Titans gets picked up by Nova's Delta. What do you do in this situation?
Pass to last and chrono boost. Let's get it. Come on.
Super long lasting secondary here from Big Shot.
Yeah, value.
Absolutely crazy value here. Here comes out the ultimate, and Wood looks for the second barrier. She picks it up as Big Shot picks up the first though. Oh my god, it's Big Shot to lose his life on the bottom end though, and losing the barrier is Nova's Delta on the back end. Wood looking to pick up that last barrier and looking to go in with that though. Nova's Delta so fast though with that Among Titans pick.
Yeah, doing really nice with the Mon Boots buff as well, defending. And 360 pick shot is back in the game, gonna be trying to get a goal.
As they tries to go for a kill of her own on the top side here. Jammy wins out the 1v1 against Nova's Delta, almost wins out the second one as well, as Nova somehow manages to clear the call up onto the top side. Pick Shot gets a buff here. Wood tries to go for the bell ringer to take 10 men out of the map here. And JT needs this goal, and they need this goal fast.
Yeah, I'm surprised I'm not seeing more KOs coming out on the side of DPP, especially with this, you know, Among Titans power buff, but...
And just look at how patient Novus is with these clears. He's not going for the clears early. He's waiting for that piercing shot. He's waiting for all the abilities of NJT, of 10 men to come through before he clears it out. Pick shot here, dashing back to try and pick up the goal barrier for his team. Ooh. But it's 10 men to win on the 1v1. Comes out from the abyss. 10 men. What a teleport.
The stealth shover is real, you know?
Mm-hmm. It is indeed.
It's working out. It's working out.
Definitely so. Kickoff here. We got the bell ringer from Wood. She tries to go for the 1v1 against Jamie, and a little bit of a weird angle there from the taiko drum to send the call back into defense for them.
Yep, nice marker coming out from Nuru as well. 2 flips on the teams.
Definitely indeed. 360 pick shot here, picks up one barrier, or doesn't pick up the second actually. Wood and 10 men fighting over the orb here on the bottom side, on the bottom right here. Nova's Delta unfortunately loses out the 1v1s against Jamie though. Pick shot here tries to go in, but not in there just yet though. Pick shot wins out the 1v1 here, almost wins out another 1v1 against Nuru, but never mind, picks up the barrier though, as here comes the buffs from the era. Here comes the core flip, there's the tornado. Wood looking for that bull rush dash. Here comes the X Maximus as well. Here comes the buffs. So many things for NJT to go through, and they cannot find their way through yet. Just as I say that though, they pick up one barrier, looking for the second. They do not find it just yet though. 10 men here with that piercing shot does not find that second barrier, but 360 pick shot back on the offense already. 10 men forced to defend here with his team as well though. Oh my god, Nova's Delta almost losing out on the second one, does lose out on the second one. It's 10 men to pick it up, but 360 pick shot, what a shot.
Yeah, I mean, Nuru and Jamie did so well to defend there, but Pig Shot got it in the end, shot it in, and really nice.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're on the side of NJT here, you really need to close this off, and you need to close it off fast, man. Because if you don't, they're just going to keep getting the era buffs in, they're going to keep getting the speed buffs in, and it's just going to be such a tough position to find yourself in. Nuru already wasting core flip here. Wood looking really low. They might be looking for the kill here. Here comes the core flip from Big Shot though. Absolutely pushes Nuru to the corner and gets the goal as well. This is such a high hill for them to climb.
Yep, it's not looking good for the side of NJT. They really got to lock in, get this set win. That's what they really got to do. But
exactly, they really need this set so badly. Nova's Delta being able to defend out on the second barrier here though. Never mind, as I say that, Caster's Curse comes in through yet again. Pick shot wins out the 1v1 against 10 men here on the top end. Wood here with that core flip, looking to use it anytime soon though. There it is, the core flip comes in, but isn't even needed. The bell ringer rings true. Nuru does not win that one, as Wood picks up the final goal of this set.
Yep, and we get the Wood forward game winner. Wow.
I mean, that was such a... Wow, like, oh, what a one-way stomp, man. Considering what we saw NJT were capable of, I really thought that it would be so much more of a fight coming back into this. But, holy, they did not stand a chance against DPP.
Yeah, I mean, really unfortunate, but... You know, really fortunate for the side of
you
DPP
and me, at least,
in a way. I mean, I can sleep now because, you know,
that's for sure indeed. But yeah, very unfortunate for NJT to get absolutely just demolished there. And yeah, DPP are your champions, and they will be going on to the qualifier tournament, as well as Forge Fury. Yeah, Forge Fury and DPP. Your first two teams here going on to the qualifier tournament.
Yep, congratulations to them. And, you know, I'm just glad I got to see Jesus Christ, Easiest Forward, and Tan Man all in one session.
Yeah, all three of them, you know, like, holy, man. Like, we got blessed today. We really got blessed.
Yeah, man. Like, I had a roller coaster of emotions, you know?
Indeed it is. Anyways, congratulations to both the teams. We unfortunately will not be seeing both of them play Night Market here, but yeah. Anyways, it's been Xylo.
And yeah, like, I'm dozing off, bro. I'm taking off. I'm tired, man. It's 1 a.m.
It's been Xylo and Loco here with you guys today. Stay tuned though, because we have more games up for you guys. stay tuned for that, and it'll be a piece from us. Bye bye.
Yeah.
And welcome everybody to the loser side of the qualification tournament. I'm here with P Flare, two of NA's coolest casters, as we're taking on Silencio versus Turkey's Cats.
This is going to be a fun one. We have seen TC already today before put up a game performance, and they are definitely looking to kind of shake that off and still get into promo, you know? So we're definitely going to see if they can manage that against Silencio.
Yeah, and the three maps that we'll be looking at today are the Oni Village, the Taiko Temple, and the Night Market. Three of, if not the most played maps. I mean, you have Taiko and Night Market, two of let's say two classics, and then Silencio pick up the Oni Village, also a really fun map to play on. And I don't know, these teams, they've played pretty well so far. I remember Silencio playing against Eris Kittens Club back in qualifiers 1 and actually winning, and Turkey's Cats just playing against, well, today at least, against Forged Fury and losing to come down to losers. So I think they're very heavily favored coming into this, since they did put up a really good fight against basically an NA team.
No, yeah, absolutely. They kept it close, they kept it fierce, and I have to say, I could definitely see them like they're good and warmed up. They are ready to go. So I wouldn't be surprised if I see them pull it out. But let's not look past anybody in this one. You know, definitely looking forward to seeing how they can start this out and seeing hopefully that they can hold on. You know.
Yeah, and kind of the way that we look at this game, they're both 101 into this losers quarterfinal qualification, and
Mm-hmm.
it feels really interesting because first you're playing on Oni Village. I can't wait to cast a 30-minute game. Just being here, looking at core, going back and forth over and over again until one person eventually messes up. But I mean, Oni Village is a really fun map. Do you have any preferences when you come across this map? Like, what do you think team posts are looking like?
Honestly, I'm feeling like for Oni Village, a lot of teams are going to probably try and do something that's more, I would say, core control. That's kind of like what I feel is the thing about here. Just because Oni Village is so wide, it makes KOing a little bit of a lesser guarantee than on somewhere like, say, Taiko Temple, where I expect blood to be spilled very, very fast. But for Oni Village, they're going to be mostly, I would imagine, focused on like a lot of defense, a lot of core control, just being able to kind of outlast the other team and try and shoot around them.
Yeah, and these picks, if we look at it, it's Spring Maestro, Spinbinder, and Return to Brazil. Spring Maestro on the goalie, I feel like he played a very good game against SMG and the other two NA players, Shapeshifting and Temple Melon, back
Hmm.
when it was Forge Fury versus Turkey's Cats. So honestly, I'm looking to see a very I'm looking to see a very spectacular game coming out of them. But also on the other side, I actually haven't. Well, I'm kind of like old, so I don't know who's who at this point. But I haven't seen these names in like quite a long time. I think I've seen these names at least once or twice when I was queuing back in EU, like once or twice. But these teams, um, I don't know. I think I think we're going to be seeing a very long game because again, you
Yeah.
guys are fighting a best of 3 here.
No, yeah, I'm like looking at these character picks, Estelle, Octavia coming out, definitely for that speed, for just being able to kind of keep up with the core going, you know, like across the map, as well as the Mako to round things out for TC. So yeah, definitely I would say like less damage, even though we know Estelle can pump it if she needs to. But yeah, but I'm seeing a lot more like core control coming out of TZ Silencio, though with the Rasmus and the Now pick, that is also good core control, but Rasmus can pump out damage. But okay, yeah, with the Luna pick coming out last for Silencio, yeah, that's definite. They're trying to like get a little bit more of a damage comp going from the looks of it, but also being able to just cross the map a little bit faster. I would say like that's probably more of an answer to Octavia than anything else, just off the rip.
Yeah, and also the Mako pick into this. I'm actually surprised that we never considered Mako because Mako on the some Super Search starter is very, very good, as well as just being
Right.
able to buff the Octavia, which is with Super Search as well. And then you're taking Estelle Deadeye here, most likely. So
Yeah.
it'll be a very, very interesting game to see who has the upper hand in this, as we're basically almost ready to be loading in. I'm actually gonna wonder how this Octavia deals with the amount of damage to be put on them, because first of all, you have Luna Deadeye on the board, you have Rasmus
Yeah.
Super Surge, as well as Deadeye. I mean, you could just take Rasmus Deadeye and be a little bit less confident with your abilities, because Rasmus is very, very good at proccing that, especially with the tip of that primary. Even if it's even if he doesn't have a side start, he's able to proc that primary just with the tip of it. And now Super Surge though. Now it does get a really good buff out of it. Even though it doesn't really seem like it does much. I think, well, it does heal more. I don't think so, but it does provide the extra speed boost too. So we see as Octavia maneuvers their way around the map, and of course the Mako into this Super Surge as always. So we're gonna see who has the upper hand. Let's see who does the back and forth better.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be fast and furious. Like one side is fast, the other side is furious. So we're going to definitely see who manages to execute that game plan better, and that's really from the looks of, like you said, like these starts and these picks. Each team has has a very directed game plan, so it's going to be seeing who manages to just outplay. It's going to be that. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of like confusion as to what to expect here.
Yeah, and as we're loading into game right here, people are kind of asking, is Kai weak on Only Village? No, it is not.
No.
I think that they just didn't want to play it, so it's
Yeah.
okay. In general, I think that they just didn't feel like playing Kai on this map, which is okay with them. But so far, I want to see how Return to Brazil actually gets through this Octavia, since Return to Brazil is usually their forward, and play Octavia isn't really either a forward or a midfield pick. It's more of just the sitting in there, I destroy everything and I explode onto scene. But I want to see who plays the defense. It's actually the Octavia playing the Luna. Well, not the Luna. What the hell am I saying? It's actually Benji playing the Luna goalie. So we're gonna see how this matchup between Octavia and Luna go.
That's a bit surprising, but it makes a bit of sense. Though that does mean there's no way they're going to be able to manage to avoid getting one of those barriers taken. Luna doesn't quite have that kind of reach as they get into this start here. They do manage to, like I said, already manage to take one barrier. Spinbinder already trying to play defense. Very nice dash in from Benji, getting the second barrier. That one gets taken right back though. Open goal on the side of Silenzio. We've got Return to Brazil looking in, hunting, and gets that first goal. Got right into position. Spring Maestro fed it. Boom.
Yeah, that was a very, very fast play, contrary to what we usually see on the Yone Village, partially because Luna is not a very good hold-it-down goalie for that matter, more of an offensive goalie in that. As Gerstal looking to take that first one, doesn't get it though, but does get it eventually with all that pressure building up onto the side. But yeah, Stell working its magic as they take both barriers with the help of the Octavia primary as well. And now Bengi, they're in a very tough spot right now. He's been here before with the Octavia flow state coming in to try to put in that offensive pressure as the Luna is trying to fight back fiercely. But again, they haven't taken this barrier off of the Mako yet, and this comp just feels so heavily devastating as Gerstal and Masumiko have to fight through this Mako along with the flip as well, but the flip is burnt too late. And now Bengi also with flip too in an open barrier situation. Now Gerstal trying to fight through and can't get it out in time.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of, like I said, a lot of back and forth as Spring Maestro actually manages to kind of intercept the clear attempt. Nice shot to put it in, give themselves a little bit of a 2-0 lead early here. Yeah, this is going a lot faster than initially expected, I think, just because of all the range that each team has, allowing for these clears, these very quick barrier gets. 1-2 in short order. Gerstal. Benji coming in from across the map, just rockets in, bulldozes straight, and sets up a very nice goal. That was wild.
Heroes are what they need to bring the momentum back to their side as Fake Metro does fall there with the Luna dash into flip. But now it's time to fight back as the energy apartment isn't really looking too good right now. Two flips being burnt on the side of Silencios as they're looking to bring this back, but Spring Measure also with a flip too. Well, not even Spring Measure with a flip, but Gerstal with a flip does burn the process, but also Return to Brazil looking really low with a flip as well. Everyone's looking really low as they have to fight through this with a flip online. They better use that flip quickly or else they're going to be KO'd off the map, but they haven't really found anything so far. Spring Measure connects with the piercing shots as somehow they do find a barrier in that instance now, looking to complete the set and potentially get it through as they do. Return to Brazil with a great strike to the bottom side. Benegi not being there to save it as TC do take their first set as Spring Mission's the MVP.
Yeah, Beji just not quite enough size to get that strike off, and we're seeing some interesting stuff. Early spark of strength, that's gonna be nice on somebody. And also prize fighter, stinger, and twin drive up for grabs. Stagger swagger immediately gets taken, no surprise there.
Yeah, and Octavia looking for the big fish here, trying to get more value off of that flow state and being able to take more strike bursts more efficiently. And so far, Silencios has an okay draft, it feels like. Luna with another secondary to bring up more damage as well as add more offensive pressure, but we're gonna see how that combos the Spring Maestro's Stagger Swagger as he did take it just to make sure he doesn't get killed because he's already been killed once off the map in a very early start. And for Return to Brazil, with the big fish size, does get that second barrier and that allows the strike burst to be won, and Spring Maestro just putting it right in. Means that first point goes really quickly, 11 seconds even.
That was crazy fast, and I'm noticing both teams kind of going for a bit more like damage, I would say, but in TC's case, definitely a little bit more on the like survival, like a lot more focused. I guess they've kind of like realized that Silencio wants to silence them. They want to end them very fast. So they're surviving and they're pushing up before they can get any of that damage out. Beautiful, like, aggression by Return to Brazil.
Yeah, Turkine's Cat showing that cats can't fight back with their claws as they take an early 2-0 set lead into this, but the evade tax isn't there quite just yet. So Return to Brazil is taking really, really low off of just a couple of hits onto the Octavia. But now Spin Buyer and Fine Maestro are trying to have to fight back against this as both barriers are taken. The defense not being able to hold out as Gerstal and Masahimiko collapse onto the defense. And their Spin Buyer is put in a really guard bind as Gerstal's primary does send it right through. And we've seen this before. We've seen him take a point. We've seen early greatness, but can they keep this going? Can we keep this up and potentially take a set?
They're gonna have to see, like, this whole match. Wow, Spring Maestro just with the excellent snipe on Himiko, and they get that paid back though with RTB going down. I have to say, this one's going a lot faster than expected. Just KOs flying, barriers falling. Neither of these teams are clearly getting paid by the hour, or at all, but I digress. So they want this to wrap up fast.
Flips coming out from either side right now. Benji looking to try to kill Spring Maestro, doesn't find it though, as they have to burn and flip for the defense. It's not what you want to see, as Spinbar starts his flip open, but never mind, Spring Maestro falls down, and Gerstal and Masahimiko have the opposite position. They have something to fight for, but they have stuff to work through. A Mako. Oh, well, they have to fight for a lot of things, really. The Mako secondary and the Mako flip coming out as well. Making sure that comes through as it barely misses the barrier, too. What a lucky play in general. As Gerstal and Benegi has to make Himiko have to fight through this. They're so far in and so far out, though, as they've been trying to hold on to this barrier for so long. But as Himiko went the flip to the bottom side, and there we go. Another point taken for Silencios as they force a 0.5.
They managed to pull that one out. I am a little bit surprised, but also not, because they actually have been showing like a lot of good play calling, a lot of good like reactive abilities so far already in this match. So definitely this is going to be like very back and forth. Like, that core has been flying pretty much since word go, just because of all the power that's been like available to them, because of like the Deadeye start, because of the Super Surge, and we've already got like this another goal open, and they might try and take this one. So we have almost a power play, but that could get even up very fast. Had to dodge that, but doesn't last them very long. RTB taken out, 2v2 for a few seconds. Gerstal coming back. It's 3-on-2 now. Actual proper power play for a few more seconds. They trying to make something of it. Nearly isn't able to make that save though. A lot of damage being flung around and just all that core speed, which is about to get worse in about 3, 2, 1. Overtime. Let's see that red core start flying, I bet.
Negi almost with flip out, coming down, and actually gets the flip now. I think we're trying to be able to power play, especially with the Trin Drive active. But they start to fight through Spin Biter's flip as well. As Gerstal's in a really good position right now, has to flip it out, and Gerstal is able to keep it going for the time being. Somehow it isn't being hunted off the map, but there we go! Now Return to Brazil has to find the bottom side, and there we go with the flip, setting it 3-2, and that second set is something very impressive as we see probably Return to Brazil, yes, taking over that set MVP and hopefully getting something good here. The Chrono Boost online, and there we go. Oh my goodness, this Octavius would be flying off the map.
Oh yeah, this is exactly what Octavia wanted. Luna, honestly, not too far behind. I wouldn't be surprised if she went for like Ad Rush, maybe even Aerials, maybe Prime Time. Those are the 3 I'd look for. Ad Rush it is. Now with the Siege Machine, it looks like this is a lot of everybody. Everybody's kind of getting what they want for this draft, in my opinion. I'm seeing like a lot of, yeah, no, everybody pretty much got what they wanted.
The scaling though, interesting. I think that Turkine's cats are in a very good spot right now. The aerials as well helping out with the coverage of the map when they needed to, as well as the double sparks on the Mako, making sure that they have enough damage to keep it going, despite the fact that they're very low stagger, as they're still fighting through. 2 people stagger for Turkine's cats now, looking for a kill if anything. Benegi can capitalize off of anything with their ad rush proc, but they lose the second barrier in the process too. Not really there quite just yet as they're trying to fight through everything, but it just seems so impressive right now. Return to Brazil still very low, but doesn't matter. Speaking Maestro dashes in and gets that point regardless of Octavia falling or not. And that's another point for Turkey's cats as they're looking to take this Oni Village map.
Yeah, crazy speed coming out, honestly, from both sides, though. I have to say, look how fast Return to Brazil is, at times outspeeding the core themselves. But that's Octavia for you when she actually gets her motor up and running, if she can survive it. But not in that case. It is a 2v2, 1 on each side balling, RTB on 1, Benji on another. And so things are calming down for just a little bit, and not long enough though. Core manages to graze the barriers on both sides. Open goals. Gerstal there with the whip. Manages to lock it in. RTB, Spinbinder, can't save it.
If Silencios could win the set, this is a very good chance for them to scale right now. Gerstal with three prize fighter stacks at this very moment too. Can't get so much value off of just killing a single person, but they do have to watch their HP, but Himiko being taken down a bit low as Gerstal finds the first barrier too with Benegi to help on the defense. But Return to Brazil looking really low, finally gets the KO too, and that's a good power play for Gerstal and Himiko as they try to collapse onto Spinbiter, but Spinbiter with the flip as well as Mako secondary coming out, has to flip it out, and good flip retaliation from them as Big Maestro tries to keep up the offense. Does get the second barrier too as Return to Brazil comes back onto form, onto everything as Spring Maestro gets the flip off as well, and he's just not there to save it. It's match point for Turkey's cast as they are looking to take a very, very quick first game off of the Oni Village.
Yeah, we were wrong on that long game estimation. They are here to nope, we are not. We are here for a good time, not a long time. So let's make it happen. And right now, Turkey's cats trying to end this fast. But it does not seem like Silencio intends to go quietly. They got both barriers open. They are trying to look to get off this defense, make a play for the goal, but that will help a lot. Again, Octavia going down. Octavia's big weakness has always been the fact that she is fast, but she is squishy as all get out, and they are taking full advantage of that, have been for most of the game, really.
So you power play now for Silencios right now. It just seems that every time they take a step forward, it's 2 steps back because the core keeps not getting over to where they need to be. Now, Return to Brazil looking really low as Spring Merchant does come back online, but he has to get this goal sometime soon. As another kill comes out, as Himiko doesn't even flip for the goal as well. Spin Barter being put in a very good spot right now. He's been able to save everything as the goal finally goes in. Now even up to 0.5, but if we keep seeing that eventual scoring, it just might not happen. And if they just can't like do anything about it, then Turkey's Cats are able to just get a really free victory here, as one barrier does fall, but then got the opposite barrier also falls in the process too.
Yeah, it's been very much a bit of an issue. They've had a bit of a passing issue. They've had a bit of being able to basically finish issue. They've had a finishing issue, to use a bit of a soccer term. They can get the core up there. They cannot manage to make plays in order to get it to go in, at least not quickly. So they're definitely needing to try and like work on that. Meanwhile, Turkey's Cats very much all in on the finishing capability. Though it does seem Silencio may have gotten the memo. They are trying to push up, force things a little bit higher. Beautiful hook to get Spinbinder out of position, reposition themselves for a good knock-in. Spinbinder can't do anything about it. Got yanked.
And Gerstal, their MVP, leading the charge right now as the Castlass is on the board. But Octavius in last place, letting Rasmus do whatever he wants though. Might opt for the Mighty Colossus or the Heavy Impact right now, but I think that Castlass is going to be gone. It's going to be a very big thing. He actually opts for the extra special. I mean, that's kind of interesting. This leaves Mako with a lot of choices even. Able to take the Heavy Impact or really anything for that matter. But now, being on the opposite side, has to deny this Castlass on Octavia. What do you pick in this situation? Might have to be either Reverb. There we go. There's Reverb.
Yeah, no, I would have absolutely said Reverb because Octavia's been getting punched out all game. Needs some kind of survivability, even if just a little bit. I mean, Deadeye is not gonna, mean that's gonna mean a whole lot, but even a little bit might be able to make the difference here. So, who knows? Especially, like I said, with Octavia being able to move faster than the core in some situations. So I'm not too surprised that they picked that.
Somehow the team that I thought would be doing less damage is doing more damage actually. Gerstal looking really low, under 25% HP, as Spring Mission and Return to Brazil are putting on the pressure now. Both barriers falling, and there we go. That first point there showing the true greatness of Turkey's Cats as they take that first point now in under basically a minute, as all Oni maps should be. But even look at the levels. It feels like Silencios do have a little bit of advantage in terms of being able to have core control, but so far Return to Brazil and Spring Mission are putting on the Jets right now as they're looking to try to KO though. Doesn't really get the KO, not really much potential being found though, as Gerstal and Himiko are fighting for that second barrier too, as well as Benegi too dashing in, has the flip up for grabs right now as they just got it from that touch with the Luna Rocket. But let's see if they can use it to good use, as one barrier does fall though. As another barrier does fall, it's not even too late though. It's kind of unfortunate for them, as Spinbinder still has a flip up to work with, as well as a lot of abilities too. But that flip coming out as well as String Metro with the flip as well, catches it with the Crystal Thorns. That's match point for Turkey's Cats.
They have made this one very, almost, I want to say decisive. Let's just go ahead and use that word. Turkey's Cats showing that they really, really, really want to get that promotion. They really, really, really want to move up. And boom, they were like, nope, no pussyfooting around. We're taking this one.
And a very convincing 3-1 win. I think that once that just came through, just Gerstal having enough KOs to win that set eventually, but Turkey's Cats did follow through with the core control, as Spring Mission does MVP here. Even compared to redirects in this game, even though Benegi did cap out at 150 being the max in the lobby, everyone else though I think it's just a matter of core control and who did it better, because the KOs, I mean, 11 to 5, it kind of just meant that you had to convert on your KOs more, but also just the core control aspect of it. Spring Mission and Return to Brazil having a very good synergy in terms of passing, and that allowed them to get the win. The very first early win as they take a map from Silencios. That was actually their map pick. So now they're heading into a very easy 1-0 lead as we are next on the Taiko Temple too, Turkey's map pick.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. Taiko Temple, a lot more chaotic oftentimes than somewhere like, say, Oni Village. So here's the thing. I do feel like that has a possibility of backfiring on them, just because Taiko Temple can be so wild sometimes that a couple of mistakes can easily lead into like some missed goals or some accidental like own goals, or maybe just like setting yourself up by accident. So we need to see how they plan on navigating it, since it was their pick after all. But this one, yeah, very, very impressive on their end.
Yeah, on their side, I feel like the Oni Village game, which was very comfortable for them, as Octavia did really, really well, and even though they were getting kind of just beat up over and over, but we're going to see how this map plays out for them, as we've seen Return to Brazil and Spring Mishra on the Taiko Temple, I think even in Qualifier 1, where they had a really good performance back in the day, but Silencios, they actually did kind of fight back. I understand it. I like the struggle so far, and if we can see another one of these games where they can just somehow convert. If they can just convert, I think it'd be a very, very much closer game. Like, even though it says 3-1 on the scoreboard, I think it was a very close game, but I think it could have been a lot closer.
Yeah, from what I saw, a lot of the reason why that score ended up the way it was not because Silencio could not get any offensive movement. It was not because they could not break through the defense. It was largely because when they had shots on goal, they either ended up like missing certain strikes, or they just like for some reason could not finish. They were maybe a little bit hesitant. That's just my perception, but it was a lot of just could not finish off these goal attempts, could not make these shots on goal. And if they can manage to find those a lot more often, then yeah, I definitely think this could be a lot closer than what the scores might indicate.
Yeah, now we're on to Turkey's cast map pick. Taiko Temple, very, very classic staple of EU. Even though it wasn't in the patch this time around, it might be having a comeback if knowers know of the Micropatch Consortium and the Odyssey community. What are your thoughts on Taiko Temple? You said earlier that Taiko Temple could be very, very it kind of just depends whether or not you get destroyed because of how the map works and how the drums basically kind of cuck you over. But what do you think? What do you think you're willing to see in this map? Because we already know that Sinzio's can pick up a really good fight. The way they play Erasmus is very, very impressive, and if we could see that coming into this game, then we're gonna have a real fight to be watching.
When it comes to Taiko Temple in particular, my thoughts on it are like embrace the chaos, allow the chaos to work for you, and don't try to necessarily like fight it. And what that usually translates to, in my opinion, is play a KO comp, to put it bluntly. You want to take advantage of like all the bouncing that the drums can do and use that to knock your opponent out of position. Like, where they go is of little concern as long as it isn't, like in front of you or in front of the core. So that's what I mean by take advantage of, embrace the chaos, allow the chaos to work for you, and that will be kind of like that will be your salvation, so to speak. And we can see like they're already banning out two very good recipients, two people who can actually use this map very well in both Aimee and Asher. They both have ways to kind of like cut things off and allow the drums to like basically work for them in certain ways.
Yeah, and Silencio's lucky in that pick for Gerstal, especially the Erasmus on that part. Also not really taking away anything for that matter, but taking up the Atlas, the Atlas pick is very good on this map, especially in the corner, and also the Estelle. I think that's specifically for String Maester. As we look at the last pick too, Kai now coming in. Kai goalie on this map, kind of. I wouldn't look past it. I feel like it's an okay pick, but against the Julie, against Return to Brazil's Julie, Return to Brazil has a really good Julie, as we've seen in previous games. So hopefully that does work out for them, as even the starts to Among Us prize fighter, this is going to be a whack game. If anything, I feel like if you just blatantly look at the fact that the drafts come out this way, I feel like Turkey has a really good advantage right now, especially since you can deny prize attacks with just the Atlas res, and they might even just go full Among Us even. Who knows? Maybe speed is a good thing on this map.
Speed is an interesting thing on this map because it does allow you to kind of get to the core a little bit easier and allow the drums to not take as much, to not like do as much redirecting. But I don't really feel personally that that's the best play, but who knows, maybe I'm horribly, horribly wrong. I feel like the idea is kind of really what they kind of stopped with those bans, in that you want to kind of like, if you're not going to embrace the chaos, then yeah, the idea is kind of like to capture the core and force it to redirect. But I don't see that. But that's not happening with this team. It's going to be like a lot of bouncing and a lot of redirects and a lot of angles being shot at. So this one's going to be interesting to say the least, especially with that Julie coming around.
Some might say now or never here. I feel like in terms of gameplay, this might be interesting. I feel like maybe the now pick is meant to be a goalie pick.
Yeah,
And then
that's what I see.
yeah, it could be. Because now goalie in this map is pretty nice. Now or never. Maybe the Kai is on the midfield arc to conflict against the Estelle, but unsure. I actually can't wait to see, because the way I feel like this is gonna go, it probably is like for Silenzios, they might take up the double. They might just. I mean, I'm kind of hoping for it. I am hoping that they go for the double Among Us and Surprise Fighter stack. Hopefully it works. Maybe I'm not a knower. Maybe I am a knower. Oh my god, I'm not a knower. Benegi's on the Kai. I might be a loser for this one.
I am not a knower whatsoever, and I freely admit that.
MB guys. Anyways, we're looking out to this game. Oh my goodness. Whoa! Momentum boots Kai. Oh my goodness, this is amazing. I like it so far. Everyone except for the Julie going prize fighter into this very heated match 2 on Psycho Temple so far, as the core is kind of moving slow. I mean, as per usual, as Finn Byron and Gerstov have a little bit of interaction in the corner. But so far, Mass Himiko and first off, putting in the offense rather than Return to Brazil and Spring Rushers. Return to Brazil looking really low. Could be getting killed off the map, and there we go. That prize fighter stack going to waste right now at 0% as Spin Barter and Spring Rusher have to fight through this 2v3 power play as Gerstov finds the second barrier as well. And this is looking very contrastable compared to first game, you know?
Yeah, no, it's already like very different. With Silencio had a bit of an offensive push, but that get answers right back. Return to Brazil in a threatening position briefly. So we have both goals already open, and now we need to see who manages to take advantage first for this first goal.
Yeah, and both barriers opening up, pretty much with a good double to clear everything out, but Return to Brazil looking really low as well. He did use his dash earlier, which means he potentially has a kick to go up with it, as a flip does come out on one side, but Himiko has another flip to the bottom corner as well, almost catches Spring Biter off guard, but thankfully he is there to save it in time, as that Atlas still has their flip open as well, decides to use it for the offense, try to redirect everything to Return to Brazil as he's looking to find something there. As Spring Maestro finds the Crystal Thorns conversion into the top corner, allowing Turquoise Cast to go up 1-0 in this very dramatic point. But I think the win con right now is that Return to Brazil has Palmers but doesn't have a price for a stack. They might be looking forward to it. And if Benegi and Gerstal and Masumiko can find what they found last game, never mind, there goes that one prize fighter stack, but if they could find what they just did in that first set without the Martial Flaws, with them just losing both berries in the process, they could probably do something good with it, but so far they had to work through this 2v3 power play first.
Yeah, that was scary for a moment. They did get one barrier just as the return came, so definitely looking to see if they can kind of like capitalize on that. I'm looking at like Return to Brazil. Definitely want to try and like build up those stacks for prize fighter. Constantly kind of like lurking, kind of stalking, threatening a little bit. Meanwhile, you've got like Spring Maestro in the back trying to rely on like support. Nice flip. Gets that forward. Return to Brazil trying to like push ahead a little bit. Threaten the goalie. Threaten everybody. And very nice goal on Spring Maestro's part while Himiko was kind of like distracted.
Yeah, Master Bitcoin not really in the right position to counter. I think he might have tried to go for the corner, but instead never just came to us. The corner thankfully slid by, but this is looking very this again just feels like Turquoise Cats has this completely under control. Even a even just a dash, not even a dash, but an evade was burned, even though it didn't really had to be burned. But Gerstal does find the first barrier there. Almost a second too if the core wasn't moving that slow. As Benegi Gerstal trying to look for something. There we go. Good evade away from Return to Brazil when he uses that dash punch. That's what you kind of need to just run the game for you. As they're looking to convert off of the bottom side, but it just feels like that corner offense is really sticking together. As the flip does go awry, Masahimiko not catching the core in time to get there, but that second barrier does come online. The Return to Brazil looking really low if he dies with the amount of stagger he has. There we go, he does die there. The Atlas is not coming in time as another 2v3 power play comes online, but they need to convert here. If they can't convert, it might be disaster for them, as Spring Measure does find, doesn't find the second barrier. I almost kind of pre-fired that by computer accident, but Benegi and Spin Fighter still have a flip online. That second barrier unfortunately falling as well, as Dark Guide's cats are looking to get something done. Return to Brazil finding another kill there, another power play online, but is it enough? I feel like it isn't. They have the flip to work with, as the flip does come on, unfortunately, as Benegi is able to clear it out just in time for Gerstal to come back online.
Beautiful, like, hold, honestly. Very nearly disastrous, but they do manage to make it happen. They do manage to keep this point alive for a little bit longer. Very nice warp try and push up, does Himiko. Gerstal tries to get the whip to redirect, misses that, but they do still manage to keep it up front. Flip comes out. Benji right there to make the save, though. This one's been very fast and furious from word go, I have to say. And Spring Maestro has been very on point with a lot of these Crystal Thorns, a lot of these shots. So boom, and that flip gets the demon angle, knocks it straight in. Benji can't quite get to it.
Yeah, it was just a good offensive flip for him, as they completely took dominance over that set there. Speed Measure MVP. And what does he have? He has a lot to work with, actually. Twin Drive Extra Special coming on, as well as the Reverberation too. He is a little bit small, so maybe taking the extra special or the perfect form might be good for him. Does help for the perfect form, as well as Akai has to deny the twin drive now from the Atlas, but Atlas does get in the end. That's not good.
Was that a bit of like a draft like flinch? Like, is he really going to go for it and just was a little bit too late? I don't know, but whatever happened, you do see that now getting a bit more size as well as the Julie, so definitely going to be looking at that.
Julia with a 42.5 size increase, along with the double, the double Among Us, plus the Mighty Colossus onto him, as well as Masahimiko looking really low, means that he is primed to hit anyone for that matter, as both barriers do fall. Spring Measure putting on the offense, as Gerstal and Masahimiko are getting stalled out eventually. That size is not really working, as a kill does come online. Now that Palmer Julie is going to be moving really fast, along with the size, and that Shaolin kick does the trick there, stunning Benegi and putting that core up to the top side, as Silentios have to fight back somehow. It just seems that they're being put in a very, very offensive bind right now. As long as the Atlas has something up, it just becomes impossible for them to push through, as Benegi has to try to do something, but ends up losing that barrier. This is the second barrier as well, as a failure and misplays comes out from Return to Brazil, and Spring Measure having the correct read and options. They're almost killing Gerstal, but thankfully Gerstal does stay alive for the time being. But this offense, it just seems like it's going nowhere right now. It's being stalled out for so long, and that allows them to turn to Brazil and Spring Measure just to build up energy, as they're basically almost on 3 flips.
Yeah, it's been going like pretty roughly for Silencio. They've had some issues with being able to hold core control. That flip was good, but the angle was not. They've had this problem the entire game, and I will keep harping on it until things change. They've had problems with like finishing for whatever given reason, whether it's bad passes, bad aim, something is not clicking for Silencio, and it's causing them points, it's causing them positioning. It might cost them the game.
Yeah, maybe the Aura Spring Measure might be keeping them in touch right now, as the piercing shot does connect of all 3 people in the vicinity, the core and the 2 players. We count the core as a player anyways, as Gerstal did get taken off of the map as well, resetting his energy. But Masahimiko, a good start to the play, taking off 1 barrier off a spin binder, as he does flip out of pure incident, And now the double barrier comes through as well. That's not what you want to see if you're a Silencios fan, as Benegi is forced to play another game with no barriers. And at the ever so looming presence of Return to Brazil and Spring Mission just coming up over and over. The offensive pressure is vastly different as Return to Brazil gets the lingering the lingering punch onto the course. It sends it right through Mastimiko. And that's another set for Turkey's Cats as they're looking to take another 2-0 sweep right now. And oh my god, this draft is insane.
Oh, this is scary. This is scary. 1-2 punch, big fish. Take your pick. Yes, that 1-2 punch coming out. And now going for the rapid fire. I expect to see that big fish taken. I would hope that Monumentalist gets taken. So yeah, this is starting to look a little bit out of control for Silencio. I mean, while Turkey's Cats, they vibing right now. They feeling it. So we got the theme playing, and we're gonna see if TC wants to just close this one out.
Even though it's 1 p.m. for me, I don't think I'm awake, and so isn't Silencios right now, as they're looking like not the best team right now, as Spring Mission Return to Brazil do get that first barrier, and also a kill on the board to that punch, getting all the value they need to bring this up again, as Turkey's Cats do find the second barrier as well. Benji being not in a good spot right now, has to fight against the Julie, and the Strike War is won. Return to Brazil, returning them back to Brazil as they take another point lead into this third set.
Yeah, that was fairly quick, and this might be the beginning of the end, though I don't think I would expect Silencio to try and like fight their absolute hardest. They don't want to go out sad, but that kill might not give them much choice in the matter. We are going to see here right now, open goal, RTB, Spring Nitro trying to collapse on it. Flip goes out, but so does an arrow. Masmigo, very good timing coming back on that, but is it for naught? Not quite. Very good stop on the snipe. Right now, Spirit Binder. What am I thinking of? Trying to move up, trying to push things a little bit out of their territory. Flip goes out. Benji also playing up. So this one getting a little more aggressive, getting a little bit more pushy, especially as they finally, I was about to say they had a bit of offensive momentum. Then RTB just punched their lights out, punched Gerstal's lights out, so I don't know about that one. And yeah, no, they want to end this quickly, do TC.
Yeah. The dash coming in resets Return to Brazil up to 3 prize fire stacks and has a big chance coming into this very crucial point, as basically Julie red course right now, 206 power on the board, as Spring Racer just finds the open angle right through Benji and Mastimiko, and that's match point for Turkey's Cats right now. This is not good. And if they can't somehow neutralize Julie right now, which is kind of basically impossible right now because Julie is playing so aggressive and just so in position right now that you can't really do much, it might be over in just a quick matter of seconds. But Gerstal finding his first barrier, finding something to try to keep them alive right now, as they're being just forced back by the Julie. Double barrier comes out. It's almost over. Benji having to fight another point as Return to Brazil Spring Mission almost both have flip, but it almost goes awry as somehow he finds another kill with the flip as well to the top side, and that's Turkey's Cats finishing it off in such glorious fashion. They promote.
Like, that's 3 and out. Just, that's it. Match is done. TC moves on. Next game.
And that was a very fast game, really. I don't know how fast it was. Only 11 minutes. It was a very, very quick game. As Spring Mission Return to Brazil basically dominated that match. Shows them why they picked that map in the first place. As, wow, just the amount of redirects too. This game went awry.
Yeah, it was a bit of a... It was a bit of a barnstormer. They just kind of came in and rocked it. Like, beautiful play for TC. Silencio, not like not their day. I'm gonna say that, but that does not mean that they're, you know, I'm gonna poo-poo on them. I think that Silencio definitely had, you know, signs of life and flashes of brilliance. I still believe though that a lot of their troubles came just with closing out, not even necessarily finding offense, just TC was a little bit overwhelming at times, and well, a lot of the time, really, and that just caused one too many issues for them.
Indeed so, as there we have it. 13's Cats, welcome to the promotion tournament, and Silencio, good luck next time. I mean, that was just a very good performance and shows why this team deserves to be in the promotion tourney, but in the end, that 2-0 set did have to come to a very, very, very interesting call there, but it's all good in the end.
Yep, so we're not done here quite yet. We are going to have a little bit of a break, but we will be seeing you again soon for the next BO3.
Yeah, next game will be Freshboard PL versus the Neurogemi 10-man complete livestock of the EUSL. And we'll hope to catch you there. And I think that is our last BO3 of the day, so we'll catch you soon. Don't go anywhere. and welcome back to the final, I think, last BO3 of today. We have me and Peter back here again with, I think this is Freshborn PL versus the entire Neuro Jammy 10-man thing team that we supposedly speak of.
Yep, seems like Neuro, Tanman, Jammy got some crazy plays, I would say, like the last time we saw them, like earlier today. So definitely looking forward to see what they can pull out now.
A very scary team, actually. I am a very big fan of Nerd Jammy and Tanman. I learned about the Doobie lore a little bit like a while ago, and now I'm a huge fan of Tanman. I might be just a glazer though, unfortunately.
No, I think Tanman is deserving of it, to be quite frank. So I am definitely looking to see how they operate. I want the Dubu too. So hey, I want to see how they operate it, but not to take away from their opponents in Freshborn PL. I do want to see how they can kind of like hold against if this Dubu comes out, if Nuru decides to be Nuru again and kind of take over the game. Who knows?
Guys, I can't wait to see Neuro's and Taro Gully on Clarion Corp. No know of the last time that happened. That was during I think EUSL Season 2 show match. I'm kind of unsure about that one. Wait a minute, I might like check myself for that one. But Deadeye Spark of Deadeye
Agility.
Spark of speed for this one.
Yeah.
On this map in particular, Rune Band and Octavia Band coming out for both sides here.
Completely understandable.
I'm actually interested about the Octavia Band. Also, Dracar pick too. What is the start? I don't.
Because here's the thing, like Octavia, oftentimes in this map, yeah, it can get like pretty crazy, make no doubt. But also, Octavia has like a bad habit, especially with like a start like this, of being able to get to places you really don't want her to get, and having like just enough cover so that like some shots just will not reach. So I can kind of like understand that as well.
Oh my god, triple midfield onto this onto NJT here.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. I think this is gonna be Nuru Luna Gully and Jammy on. Well, I think I can probably pretty much assume Tanman on the Vice and then Jammy on the Dracar. Interesting. And then the now pick as well, I think on goalie, or it could be Ivy goalie. Who knows? I might be a loser for this one, but so far this team looks interesting to play against. Zentara, Ivy, and now very very strong shove it ins, except for maybe Zentara, because Zentara's not a really good shove it in, but still very very overwhelming with pressure.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of force being pushed out here. I think on more NJT than FPL, so to speak. Freshborn having a little bit more survivability just because of that now. So yeah, that's definitely going to be something that they're going to have to kind of like watch for, probably compensate for it, but they have the damage to compensate for it. So it just comes out to if they can land their shots.
Definitely so. This start even very impressive, as we're gonna be seeing Ivy Deadeye. Ivy Deadeye is very very impressive, and especially with the amount of scaling that's probably going to be happening in this match, everyone's probably going to most likely be going expecting stuff for the entirety of maybe NJT. I might have gotten it wrong the first time, but this might be nearer on the Vice. I don't watch these videos enough, I would never know. And nearer on the Vice, Tanman on the Luna, gonna be a very interesting game, especially since Luna, Deadeye, and Vice that are also very, very strong picks in general.
Yeah, it's just going to be a lot of pain being delivered, honestly, on both sides, especially like with that Zentaro, with that Aimi. There's going to be a lot of KOs, I would imagine. Like, I could be wrong. I was a little bit wrong last time, especially with that Oni Village. So hey, we will see though. But those are my guesses. That is my beliefs, and we will see how they pan out.
Yeah, very, very scary game going out so far, and it's going to be looking at a very interesting game. Almost everyone choosing the Deadeye start, except for Jamie and Terminus, both going spark of speed as we are first on the bouncy house variant first. As the chain could come out very quickly, Lukimana getting that first barrier with the glitch pop, and Terminus as also just lock it in. Scaring Nuru a little bit, losing that second barrier, but it's all good for the time being as the core does even out so far. Lukimana and Octolite and Lukimana trying to get through this as the glitch pop does come through. As Nuru isn't able to reach that, that's another point. Well, that's the first point for the PL group.
Yeah, so we need to see if they can keep that up. Terminus S, early attack, basically early showing like their ability with that Zentaro, being able to cause a lot of trouble in the back line as well for NJT. So yeah, they definitely want to kind of impose their will as soon as possible.
Barrier falling down on both sides so far, looking very good as Lukimana is coming up on flip 2. As time is looking really low too, they can find a KO here, be really big right now, but so far they're looking to try to just capitalize on the fact that they have CB3 coming in as Noctlight somehow does get that save though. Barrier does come through with Tanman's dash right there, but Noctlight still has a flip online right now. It could be using it for something so far, as it is used for the bottoms to the clear actually, as Terminus and Lukimana are trying to capitalize off of this, but they can't get it done so far. Tanman with the read, with the Luna dash, does secure that point, and it's 1-1 for NJT.
Very nice read. The very classic 1-2 combo from like any given Luna. Always fun to see it work. Just know like that's kind of like about it for him. So definitely seeing a lot of damage coming out too. First Supernova, then Crater Maker. Lukimana very low. Nearly gets flip killed, but manages to survive for now. But Lukimana very much being hunted at this point.
Yeah, being pushed around isn't what's good for the soul right now. It's not like does lose their first barrier, but it is basically capitalized on by Terminus as he finds the second barrier as well with the flip, as well as the core is ricocheting all across the map. Doesn't find the inside the goal barrier though, as Nuru does hit it out for the time being, as Terminus and Lukimana are looking to fight back against this team, with Jamie also getting their flip up for grabs too, and Nuru also using the Supernova to try to get the core out, but so far it's not going so well as Jamie is forced to use his flip as well. But Noctlight is trying to keep the pressure up with that Dorito in the corner, as well as Nuru having the flip up, finding the good primary into it, but Terminus almost has the fork flick, doesn't get it quite through yet as Tanman is looking really low, but Lukimana shoves it right through with the glitch pop. It's just a series of unfortunate events that eventually allowed that point to go through.
Like, very good aim with the pop, I have to say. Lukimana's been showing a lot of skill on this IME, and probably expectedly, I'm just like very impressed with how their positioning has been for this game so far. So definitely want to see if that can be kept up, how long they can manage to last that and get these kind of like these offensive pushes sustained and possibly even converted into goals.
Yeah, somehow that barrier doesn't fall, with even with the Supernova committed as well, as Lukimana, Terminus, and Noctlight are fighting through this bottom side as well. Lukimana looking really low, not really good worse for wear right now, as they're basically put all over the map though. Fortunately, they didn't die, but they lose that barrier. The process Terminus as finds the second barrier as well, has to flip up for grabs, as Lukimana's looking really low too, can't really capitalize on it just yet, as Jamie and Tanman looking to capitalize off of this start so far. The Terminus as does walk forward still, trying to keep core control in their area, as Jamie's looking forward, the Drakkar trying to push through but doesn't find any value though. Terminus as Lukimana look to end the set right here, right now, as it hits overtime on the board.
Yeah, very nice clear. Nuru manages to get it out of the danger zone for a brief period of time, but Terminus S not saying no, that is not going to last for very long. Terminus has been very good on keeping these aggressive pushes going, I have to say. But in this case, it is Lukimana who takes the MVP, being rewarded with just about anything they want, whether it is like a spark to, I don't know, start something, not super surge, unexpected, but very much desired, very welcome.
Yeah, and this trap is looking really well. Aimi taking super turret does help with a lot of the dash punch abilities that potentially do work on Aimi. If they can find a lot of those dash punch kills, like just the dash and the glitch pop kill, it'd be really nice so far. But Near's something to fight back with. No one really taking stacks on stacks. They already know the fact that everyone's going to be dying and stacks will kind of be worthless in this scenario, but it couldn't hurt to have a little bit of stealth so far. But on the bouncy house, so this might not be the case. Sukimana is being taken really low with just a lot of abilities being thrown at their face.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised that it wasn't taken, although I was kind of like looking for it. I was wondering who might want to like roll those dice, so to speak. But another thing I was surprised is that nobody went for like Spark build except for Jammy. We got one kind of, I guess one kind of like denial and Tan Man just wanted to get like a little bit extra strength there, a little bit more pop in those rockets. So we need to see if that works out for them. So far, no. Terminus S still proving like to be a problem. They need to solve, and one they need to solve like very fast.
Yeah, the strike core just weren't winning that scenario. Terminus S had the full advantage when it came to that strike core in that case. But so far, they're putting on the pressure. Jammy getting everything done, finding that second barrier, as well as Tan-Man look to inch this over to a very quick set as they're looking to set up in the corner. But Terminus S still has the flip on, has the board flick as well. Even gets the flip out in time, finds a second barrier as well. It's looking like a very complete 180 what we just saw a few seconds ago. But Tan-Man looking really low as well, and everyone whiffing their strike. Terminus S finds the pocket and sends up another point for Freshborn PL.
That was what I like to call a Yankees moment. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't, probably because you're from the EU and you don't watch the World Series. But yeah, just neither party member expected things to. They expected the other one to like catch it, but right now it seems there may be a bit of a disconnect, maybe a bit of an issue going on. So we need to see. I think it's Jammy that might have gotten DC'd. Not what you wanted. Ah, wait. Are we back?
He's back!
We back. We good. We rolling.
Right, back in a very quick start so far. Terminus S does pop the Oni's blade there for a moment. But so far, the damage is coming out really well. Lukimana being taken very, very low, and that leads Tan-Man up into a very open net, but doesn't really take it just yet. He's still waiting for a chance to get anything done. Doesn't really get anything done just yet. He still has the flip to work with. Gets the dash up as well. Finds the first barrier onto Noctilite, who doesn't really have much. Only has some select abilities, but Jammy's looking really low too. If they can just KO Jammy here, it'd be really nice to see a power play coming online, but Tan-Man still putting on the pressure right now. Noctilite's having a really hard time getting it through as the core is going at like Mach 10 so far right now, as the flip almost comes out. One flip does come out as Jammy's, and Nero also brings his flip as well. Tan-Man not even converting his flip just yet, as the core is going really fast, really quickly, as the red core is being sent all across the map and somehow not finding a barrier in any of those scenarios. Maybe it wasn't worth for this one, but still Terminus S and Lukimana looking to try to find some way to clear off the set here. But so far, it's not looking so good for them, as the core just keeps getting rebounded away from them. As somehow that second barrier is found with Tan-Man. Also having flipped the press up, Nero also loses the barrier too. Noctilite in a really good position, as everything's just going awry so far. Somehow that is cleared, and somehow that's cleared as well. Tan-Man doesn't really find the barrier, and no one flips for that. Noctilite could have saved that, but it doesn't even matter. Tan-Man finds the open pocket and finds the first point for NJT.
That was insane how Tan-Man had to play that beautifully timed Crater Maker to keep it on their side of the field. And just beautiful like rockets, beautiful play in general, being able to make that goal happen. They had to really fight for it, unfortunately. Not quite like this one seemed to be going to, with those two barriers being taken very quickly, but both do manage to be taken back in return for Freshborn PL. And need to see if they can kind of like take advantage of this and try and get closer to evening things up. Tan-Man nearly gets the okie doke, but no sale.
It doesn't even matter, as Jammy gets put in a very tough spot, as Terminus S almost KOs him as well, but does KO Nuru in the process, leaving that point open to decide as Terminus S takes another set for Freshborn PL. And this is a very scaling match so far, as Antara has more things to choose from. 1-2 punch on the board, as well as Big Fish and Built different, but we're going to see whether or not the other team can scale in the process.
Yeah, a lot of good things, a lot of good opportunities running here. I could see like the Luna going for either the Ad Rush or the 1-2. Monumentalist?
Miss on Luna.
On Luna?
Yeah. Surely, no, it was just the denied Noctilite from getting more damage, but it was a good watch from Tanman taking one for the team, taking Monumentalist away, but that leaves them with not really a lot to work with right now, as one barrier does fall really quickly. Second one almost good to fall as well, as the Kwampa combo almost does the trick. And Noctilite is able to save that just in time, but Luki Mana also looking pretty low too, a little bit worse for wear, but Tanman the one being too bad, but there goes Luki Mana exploded right off the map, and Nuru with the Adrush proc does secure that second barrier as well. They have to find a kill on Tanman in order to even this out, but so far the red cores are not going in the way of Freshborn PL, as Tanman is able to sink that right in with the Luna Dash. And if they could just stay alive, because this team is ready to just explode off the scene, one KO could mean deadly disasters for anyone. But the matter is who can KO the other person first.
Yeah, this one's gonna, I think, this one's kind of like coming out to a bit of a slugfest. Just a lot of damage being thrown out, kind of as expected, but also a little bit not, considering both of these teams have been doing fairly well in surviving lately. But Terminus S just nice. I believe that was just a flip straight shot to the corner from across the map.
A good find from Terminus, finding the point where Nuru couldn't find it. That evens out the set to 1-1 each, but both of these teams finding one barrier piece really relatively quickly as well, as Jamie, Nuru, and Tanman are looking to work the corner here, but so are Luki Mana and Terminus S as well. Noctilite also pushing up in the process, trying to keep away everything, and also burns the flip in the process too. Not something you want to see if you want to do that really quickly, as somehow that away dash doesn't connect, but it's all good for the time being, as both barriers are being still held on for Freshborn PL, as they're looking to keep everything going. But just cast a cursed right there, as the orb does go into favor of Nuru, as they're looking to push forward. One flip coming out, conflicted, as well as that barrier falling as well, as Luki Mana is trying to keep it away, but it can only hold for so long, as everything's just coming into the kitchen sink right now. Terminus is looking to trying to kill on someone or anyone. That processor just throwing damage on anyone, as the flip does come out to the top side. It's the fight, but Tanman's right there. What a great crafted play from Nuru, and Tanman to send that another point out for NJT as they take it up 2-1.
Yeah, very nice positioning, honestly, by all three members of NJT. Nuru and Tanman went for like the direct play. Tanman said, like, I got coverage up if they try to clear it up. Jamie was there to cover down clear too, if you didn't notice. So very nice play, very nice setup there. Nice kill though. Nice kill though for Freshborn PL, and Luki Mana taking very quick advantage of it. And this could be it. This is match point.
Yeah, the Estelle just great there to classify what the hell just happened right there. His Terminus that's clicking really low as well. He has to evade. He basically, well, I think he has enough to, just evade one more attack, but that might be just it so far, as NGT are looking to capitalize off the fact that everyone's pretty low and out of position. As Terminus does find one barrier, Luki might find the second, and this could be a very, very quick, easy set for them if they can just secure it right now. As Luki might just waiting for the perfect sentence to strike, but NGT are holding on for the time being. Tanman working up that corner offense, almost having flip in the process as well. Oma can basically send this to another set if they can just get something done right now. But Luki Mana with flip, what would they do? It's deflected away by the 3-man offense right now. Well, 3-man defense at least, as Tanman has flip. It is looking really low as well, but Luki Mana gets hit, but it doesn't even matter. I just lost complete control of the core there, but Terminus S finds the defense between in a very hard place, as Nuru and Jamie were kind of just split. And there we go. That's the game for Freshborn PL.
Yeah, very impressive. Very good, I would say, like, core control from them. And Terminus S was just constantly a threat, constantly trying to, like, pump out damage, and just was forcing Tanman, Jamie, Nuru to just try and figure out a way around them, which didn't happen. And Terminus S was just able to kind of like take their shots and take advantage of any opportunity given, as well as like Luki Mana. I would say like Luki Mana, very good positioning, very good like targeting of both skills and like the ults, just very nice. And of course, Dr. Light, just great support, great being able to like keep sustained pushes going. The whole team honestly just played very well.
Yeah, everyone just watching their health, which is really good for the time being, as we're now on to a map with, well, seemingly less kills. Hopefully that is the case, as we're on to the Oni Village next. Another cool classic staple of EU, if knowers know. if anything, this is the real truth. This is the truth to see which team is better. The passing plays, the amount of court control that comes into this map, and as well as the crafting plays that have to come up with this map. As I am aware of, this will be a very very interesting match to see who can come out on top. Because whoever wins this game, well not this game, but just this map in general, kind of sets the precedent. Because in order to win a lot of these games, you just have to have team coordination, and I think Oni Village is a great way to show that you have team coordination.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. Oni Village is just kind of like too wide open to allow for a lot of like usual shenanigans to happen, and it's a very team heavy map. You can't really kind of put it on the back of like one person. At least I would like to say that, but I've seen a few matches where that was very much not the case. And last game we had made a few predictions on that, and it didn't quite work out as expected. So there's still room for surprises here.
Very much so, as I think we're waiting on someone right now to
10-man.
yeah, be ready yet again. But so far, Freshborn PL, that was their map pick. That was the Clarion Corp for them. As we're, oh my god, what an overloaded start. Specialized trading and heavy impact on the board. I might have why when this with me, it might be a KO'd map. I think this will be a KOing map. We're gonna see who KOs the much and who gets the better conversions off of this with NGT versus Select.
Yeah, I again like the Octavia ban coming out simply because Octavia very good on this map, and from brief data that I understand, I believe Jamie also like uses Octavia to. I mean, hey, got the icon, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was basically like a player character kind of like lockout.
Yep, indeed so, as they also go to ban the Aimee away from Lukiman. I think it's kind of a little bit switched in this case, but he's still going first off, as was Drek and Octavia. Well, not Drek, Octavia. Drek and Mako coming online. Yeah, this is definitely switched, but there we go. So far, Drek on Jamie, Neuro on the Luna, well not the Luna, but Neuro on the Mako, and then Taman on the oh my god, I lose my words, but Taman on the Luna, as well as Lukimana, Estelle, Terminus Death, Centauro, and most likely Noctilite Rasmus.
Yeah, this is honestly, I'm looking at this and I see roughly about the same game plan as last game. At least that's what comes to mind when I see these. You got the Mako and the Drakkar and the Luna, roughly about the same thing as like last time. As for FPL, the Estelle is going to come in very, very handy on this map. Zentaro, he kind of just fits wherever you please. And Rasmus allowing for like a lot of protection, redirection of these shots on barriers.
Yeah, so far this both teams work really well with what they have in store so far. I think that in general, both teams will be seeing a lot of forward progress, I'd like to say, because their drafting line looks really well in general because of how the character works, and I actually am very ready to see both of these teams come out very quickly, like in a very explosive start.
Yeah, it's going to get very dangerous very quickly, especially how we saw them play last game. So they're going to be keeping that in mind, and like with that specialized training, heavy impact. Yeah, no, this is going to get very bloody very quick. Especially like everybody knows I'm a big fan of Luna, so I'm definitely going to be looking forward to seeing like rockets come out and hit for like basically half health.
Indeed. So, I think that in general, we'll be just seeing whether or not who can stay alive, because
Yeah.
these teams, like both of these awakening starts, it just seems so oppressive, and whoever can stay alive the longest will just end up winning.
Yeah, for sure. And we see Taman decided to do the old name switchy again. So Now we have easiest forward coming out. Who could this mysterious individual be? Yeah. So right now, I believe it's just waiting on him to start up, and yeah, here we go.
Yeah, Oni Village decide who moves on and who doesn't. Actually, this is currently This is currently game point for well, not game point in game, but game. Well, actually no, I should just say series point at this point. It's series point right now for Freshborn PL on the blue side as we head into map 2, Oni Village, and we're gonna see whether or not this team has what it truly takes to enter the promotion tournament. As we head on so far, almost everyone taking up the heavy impact except for the Luna, who lost their specialized trading.
Yeah, I am not entirely surprised, but I also am a little bit surprised. But I guess that means Sandman will be relying on, shall we say, that Crater Maker to do cause some real chaos.
Yeah, and so far, one barrier being taken off for Noctilite, but again, only lives just a map where you don't really need a barrier. Only need to secure one of the two, and you're all good for wear. But so far, his team is looking very, very strong so far. Near not really losing one barrier, does lose it right now in this moment. But so far, this game is going as quickly as I expected for any Oni Village game. Very slow.
Yeah, this one, at the very least for now, is just both teams also, in my opinion, are also kind of draft dependent. So yeah, your first couple of points are going to be slightly slower, but that's going to change once those first 3 points go past, in my opinion. And it changes very quickly.
Yeah, both barriers falling. Unfortunate strike shot for Nuru. As that barrier does fall, as Lucky Maya is here to put up the pressure. The great just strike into, well, just a great Warzone Bear to strike to catch Nuru off guard does send that first point through Nuru, and that's a point for Freshborn PL, something we are very accustomed to so far.
Yeah, they are not letting up at all, our Freshborn. So definitely want to see if they can just hold this momentum. We have, jeez Louise, that Crater Maker blew them up and out, and they quickly take advantage. Forward, 10-man, whatever you want to call them, just took advantage of that jammy right behind, knocked that one in, tied it up.
That guy exploded, and that kind of just shows how monstrous this team comp is when it comes to KOing, as one barrier does fall, as well as the flip as well. Easy 10-man getting that flip out as well does is deflected by Noctilite, but they're at a very big disadvantage right now. Lucky Mana also looking really low as well. Might be KO'd by the Jakar, but it doesn't matter. Jakar is going for the goal as Noctilite ping sorry, and that's another point for NJT as they look to keep this up. As Lucky Mana is also looking really low too, so thankfully they're not getting KO'd off the map, but they just have to watch their health for the time being if they do ever figure it out.
Yeah, very much so. That's going to be a concern. But right now, Jammy doing very good with these shots with his goal. But on the defensive side, I think you saw Jammy and Nuru both kind of turned away from it, both kind of expecting the other to catch the core. Another bit of a Yankees moment. So they're going to have to watch for that and make sure that doesn't, turn up biting them on the butt again as they try and finish this point off. Both sides open now. It's a bit of a worrisome situation. So now who can take advantage quickest?
And so far, Freshborn PL trying to work their magic right now as they work towards getting that barrier, but so far Nuru, Jammy, and Easiest Forward are able to keep it away for the time being, as somehow the barriers, well, not the barrier, but the goal is still alive. Terminus S will flip to the bottom side, finds the kill. Lucky Mana with the piercing shot sets up Terminus S for the goal, and it's going to a 0.5 this first set.
Very impressive hold. Very impressive, seeing the opportunity for Lucky Mana just snipes it, basically gets the free goal in. And the Crater Maker blows the core into and get kind of own barriers. They do manage to tie it up, but still not the most auspicious start to the point.
And Terminus S looking really low too, might be capitalized off as Noctilite takes advantage of it, finds a second barrier as well. Let's Terminus S breathe for a little bit as Nuru is being basically okied up to oblivion as Lucky Mana is trying to get the core up to Terminus S now. ETOS forward, trying to get something done and trying to keep the core away, but the 3-man defense is holding the stack on so far. Tournament S and Lucky Mana are trying to work their magic into this goal barrier, but right now it's not looking that the case right now because currently the core isn't really going anywhere. It's just coming right back to the opposite side. No one's really getting anything done quite yet, but the core seems to slow down for a little bit. And now we'll have a little bit of time before it turns really heated up as we are about to head into overtime as well. Lucky Mana trying to keep the core out of the corner. And Tournament S not really finding any value just yet, but if they can just bait something out from Nuru one step at a time, they'll eventually find an opening.
Yeah, wow. Flip goes out, and right now it is Freshborn PL that's trying desperately to get this like second barrier, but Knock like holding very, very impressively. Lukiana providing some excellent support. Meanwhile, Terminus S is still just being consistently a threat and just constantly kind of like hovering around and threatening like score potential. So something they've been having to kind of like worry about this whole game really is that very, very worrisome Zentaro. But they have been holding very well in the meantime. Very beautiful defense.
Okay, defense is holding on so far, but Nuru's looking really low, but Terminus S finds the corner there. Nuru not really expecting the corner to be hit right there. Great shot from Terminus. Brings Freshman Peel up another set, and Noctoy MVP. This could scale really quickly as not really much actually comes onto the board. Maybe the missile prop up for the Drakkar, maybe. You might want to deny that. But so far, this draft isn't really looking too dangerous.
No, I'm not seeing like a whole bunch that's lovely. Drakkar does get the missile prop. Maybe Spark of Strength for Luna. That's all I can. Yeah, that's about all I can really see. That would be like, okay, cool. But kind of a dry first draft. I guess, you know, get yourself started on a Spark build.
Yeah, Spark build is going to be really important right now as they just find some kill potential, but I think they already have the kill potential. The missile prop into just anything for this matter will be very dangerous to look for. It's as Lockblade does have a successful clear out to the bottom side. Does not save one barrier though, but so far looking so good. Lucky Mana also looking pretty low. It means that they actually might be getting killed and will proc at least something. And there we go. That proc from 10 men will let them have that bumper proc as Jammy and Easiest for looking to keep it up into the corner right now. But so far so good.
Yeah,
Lucky Mana
definitely.
does come back online.
Yeah, but it's looking a little bit rough for them. Tan-Man goes again for the okie doke, but Knocklight does not fall for it. Still, it is very good like offense that's being shown from Freshborn PL. Just now it's Tan-Man that's kind of like threatening consistently. I think like that Spark of Strength, honestly, it's not a whole lot, but it's a little bit, and it helps, and it allows for a little bit more activity, like you said, like with those pummelers like popping off. So definitely something to kind of like watch for, as well as Jammy with that extra reach thanks to the missile propulsion.
Yeah, Flip comes out for both Nura and Jammy there as they're looking to keep the second barrier alive. A missed strike from Terminus S sets up a really bad play as Tan-Man sends the red core down to the bottom side. Noctoid not being able to save it just in time as they take up another point. And so far, they just need to play the long game. I think the win con is just to at least find one KO, proc something, and then just play the rest of the game out, because it seems like Terminus S and Lucky Mana are having a really hard time dealing against Nuru right now. Even though that barrier does go by, we can just tell by the last point where it just didn't feel like everything was going right for them as Terminus S comes up with another point for Freshborn PL. But if NJT can keep up what they just did that last point, then they should be fine.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a lot of, does Terminus S get to play their game? And if not, then they get a chance to, you know, score some points, do Jammy, Nuru, and Tan-Man, and they can kind of like make things happen. But like without that, and without that damage coming out, then things get a whole lot more dicey.
Yeah, you might have to find that kill on Tan-Man as they're looking to keep that flip up, which they do regain. But instead it's Jammy falling down as Terminus S finds another kill right there, as he's basically coming up a flip as well. Now Lucky Mana trying to keep it away, but both barriers end up doing fun with the flip in possession of Tan-Man. He just has to do nothing. Doesn't even get the core. What the hell? As Jammy does come back online for the time being, and Terminus as being taken down really low, has the flip up as well. Putting Niru in a really deep bind, just sends it right past him. Niru not expecting it. That's another point for Freshborn PL as they explode onto the scene with basically another set advantage.
Yeah, I kind of actually respected like the Tan-Man flip and do nothing, trying to fake him out a little bit, but just held on too long and turned out to be not worth it in the end. Flip came out on the other side and just kind of like proved that sometimes you just gotta actually hit it after you flip.
Yeah, and so far so good, getting that corner offense all worked up for that first barrier currently as Terminus S looks to try to dribble away. Doesn't really find anything, but a missed strike opportunity sends that go barrier crashing down as easy as 4 does find another opportunity to score here. Now NJT just need to find just the winning possession here, but a lost strike rate means that Terminus S gets to play his low game a little bit more, as it's becoming very dire right now for NJT, as they basically can't really do much as Terminus S finds the great pass right there and eventually gets that goal and brings a Freshborn PL up to set point right now. Terminus S MVP yet again, and what does he get to choose? Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing like Super Surge, Extra Special. There's a lot here that can happen for them. So kind of surprising, but kind of not. I can see Luna went for the Rapid Fire. Yeah, I can understand that. Could have gone for the Spark of Focus, which I kind of expected. But I guess they want just a little bit more consistent pressure. I mean, it's just straight up, you know, reduce cooldown on those missiles. So understandable, as opposed to, you know, just a bit more with that spark.
Spark won't need to be played here as no one took that Spark of Focus. Means that everyone will be down 1 spark for the time if they ever decide to go for it. But seems like Freshborn PL don't really need that spark right now as they're looking to capitalize off of everything right now. One barrier falling down for Noctilite's side, but yet again, it seems like they're keeping up the pressure so far as Tan-Man misses the dash into, and the corner offense is being stalled for it, and being stalled out and successfully stalled out as well, as Terminus S has a lot to work with actually. Unfortunately, that barrier does fall for Noctilite, bringing them a little bit at a disadvantage, but it's okay right now as so far Tan-Man and Jamie weren't able to get really any offensive pressure onto Noctilite. When they ever did score, it was just kind of a mishap in terms of whatever just does happen and doesn't happen. But so far, it could have been a little bit scary. Jamie did push up, but fortunately he didn't, and that's good for Freshborn PL as they have another chance at this goal barrier.
Yeah, they are kind of like, it's been going like a bit of back and forth. They do get the barrier and very quick score as soon as the goal opens. Terminus S trying to go 3 and out one more time. I gotta say, it's been very impressive on their end. How they've been managed to keep kind of like control, keep focus of everything, even despite Freshborn, even despite JTL's kind of like whole being able to like push and cause a lot of threat with their damage, with their like speed, just with their range as well.
Completely turnaround 9-second point for Freshborn PL as they're looking to take this to match point. As they're actually on match point right now, I am a liar. Yeah. As Terminus S and Lucky Mana are keeping this alive right now. They just need 1 more point to finish it off. But so far it's not looking so good as everyone's just being hit onto a slope right now. As somehow that is saved. Noctilite with a great save, keeping the core away from Luna. As Luna's also taking it really low too. The emote's coming out as well, not really doing much for the team. As somehow Jamie gets killed off the map, exploded even, as Niru is forced to fight a 2v3 in a not really winnable situation, but Tan-Man keeps the offensive going so far, finds the second barrier. That's what they need in order to get something done, but currently so far it's not looking too great because everything is kind of just falling down so far. The fact that they're able to keep this point alive is very amusing, but it's only a matter of time before Terminus S has his flip online and eventually finally gets that goal barrier. But so far, Jamie and Tan-Man are holding on, which is a good thing.
Yep, and as we go into overtime, this is going to be the best opportunity, I think, for NJT to try and make something happen here. If they can't, then, you know, I'm pretty sure like that's wraps. But they are trying to push forward. We've got Tan-Man barely manages to save it. It does knock like beautiful save. They are throwing everything at this like goal, trying to make it in, and and Luki manages saying like, no, it's not happening. Tanman again forward tries to zoom in, then they do finally get a goal in. Jammy feeds it to easiest forward, aka Tanman, gets the low corner, and they do get a point. They do
Tanman
get
being
a little bit of a moral score.
That was a very it was a very chaotic point, as Tanman does bring it back up, even with flip online, but that first barrier, almost second barrier going down is very scary, and even Tanman is not using their flip just yet. It could be something to look forward to as they're looking to keep that one going, but they didn't even find a barrier in that instance, which kind of just destroys the point of having the flip in the first place. But so far, the flip does come out, almost gets it through, but Luki Mana is still alive, but unfortunate strike timing does mean that the second barrier does fall, but Luki Mana is also really low too. They had to get something done, they had to get pressure going.
Yeah, a lot of that, and they do, like, very nice. Tanman just kept with the goal, caught the rebound, and managed to put it in. So they have brought it to a 0.5 here, and theoretically we could see like a reverse sweep. Who knows? But it would be impressive if they do manage to take this and build back. But it doesn't look likely. Both barriers down. Core nearly gets like fed up, and right now it is Freshborn PL that, yep, there we go. Terminus with the nice shot. Nuru can't get at it, and that's basically 3 and out.
The basic free 3 and out for Freshborn PL as they secure the last spot in the promotion tourney as well. Congratulations to them. But that was a very fast game. Again, another Oni Village game, only less than 20 minutes Oni Village game, but I think that just proved that Luki Mana Terminus S had knocked light. They just deserved the spot right there. The fact that Terminus S got so much to play, even the redirects didn't really matter, because like if you just fed Terminus the core, it was kind of just free game, and Nuru and Jammy and weren't able to keep it away for long.
Yeah, so I mean, very nice in the way of like just the redirects, the saves from Noctlight, very beautiful. Just honestly, being able to play their game, that's really what it came down to. And NJT just weren't able to stop them from being able to play their game. And with that, they just kind of like took the goal.
A quick and out Freshborn PL 2-0 means that they do secure the last spot in the promotion tourney, as I said before, and that kind of marks the end of our run.
Yep.
The EUSL Season 3 qualification is completed, basically. We have Turkide's Cats, Freshborn PL, the Forge, the NA Greats Forge Fury, and Dash Russian Prey coming out and taking away their second qualifier, and we'll be seeing the promotion happening on April 26th. Do you have any last words before we kind of just wrap this up, P-Flare?
Looking forward to the promotion tournament. We've got some great talent here, and you know they are all going to be very, very hungry to win that one. They all want in, so they will not make it easy on anybody, least of all themselves. You know they're going to be pushing. I mean, I hope I'm not, delayed caster cursing anybody, but I would imagine, they definitely are going to want this, and they're definitely going to push forward. They're going to push themselves and any other team they're against to the limit and probably beyond. So I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah, indeed. So, one last thing before, a couple of things before we go, kind of, not really. We do have a bub tomorrow. I almost forgot to mention it, but we do have a bub tomorrow. Please sign up for that. I was gonna get yelled at if I didn't mention it, so you guys better sign up, or else I will be executed tomorrow. Another thing, we might have the return of the podcast. Maybe Sloth, maybe some other people might be coming on to host another one of those sometime soon. So check that out on a Monday near you. And I think that's it. Thank you for watching the promotion tournament. It was a very fun thing, even though I wasn't able to cast the first qualification one. I was able to cast the second one. It was really fun to watch people play and watch people qualify for another season of EUSL. Really appreciate it. And I guess with that, goodbye.
Yep.
Thank you for watching.